Hey folks, Steve Stack, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods with another neat little edition of Build It with Baird's. I'm out on a job site. We're not back at Studio 3B or at the manufacturing plant in Canfield, but today I'm joined by Mike Jones Hardwood Flooring. How you doing, buddy?
How you doing, Steve?
We're not at the shop. We're out on one of your job sites.
Yes, we are.
Wow, I see a bunch of stuff going on here. You've been doing some sanding. You've been doing some light staining. Take me through, catch me up to where we're at today.
Basically, we had an existing pre-finished hardwood floor here, and we had some floors that needed to be refinished throughout. And we sanded everything down, and we have one coat of stain on them at this point.
So you're coming in here, you're taking two beautiful floors that some people would say, well, let's tear it out. And with your talent and expertise, you're making these 30-plus-year-old floors look like brand new through a refinishing process, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of steps involved.
So what we got going on here is we have someone installed a pre-finished floor of the same species next to an existing floor. And there was a divider between the room that kind of set up above the floor. The client did not like that. We're gonna set a board between the two floors, flush with the existing floor to fill in the void. Okay, so what we did here, we had a half wall that came out, maybe about a foot wide, straight across to about 3 feet out, and it was about 3 feet high. The client wanted to open up this whole area, so we found out that this floor is different from this floor. These two floors were laid at two different time periods. So what we decided to do is run a board straight across and do the repairs. And that's where you see me nesting and weaving in, milling in these boards so that they'll get glued in and fit perfectly. So basically each piece has to be kind of milled. That's what we're actually doing, milling each piece. And then same thing on this side. The client took out a half wall here where you can see that they took it out. It's extended to about right here. And then there was a void where there's missing flooring about right here. So what we decided to do is nest it all back, weave it all in, so that when we sand and refinish it, it looks natural. So that's what we did here. Also, we have the same thing that's gonna happen at the fireplace. They had a T-molding that was installed on top of the floor, which was sort of like a toe or a trip hazard kind of a thing. And the client just wanted the floor to disappear into the tile. So what I did is I took a Festool saw and I ran it around 3 inches all the way around so that I could drop a board right in with a picture frame and the flooring will disappear into the tile on this repair over here.
You know, back there around the fireplace, you really cleaned that up. You don't have that above floor level transition strip anymore, flush going into the marble, looks beautiful.
Everything gets glued in because a lot of times you're taking away the tongue and groove, so it's not toothed together anymore, so you have to use a really strong adhesive. That is the key. So there's a male and a female of a tongue and groove floor, and the male I can't use anymore because I can't tie into it with the square lumber that I'm putting in. So I go down with a chisel and a saw and I come in and I clean around each one. And after I do that, I glue in my new pieces, and each of those will get glued in all the way around. And basically every board I put in, it's glued in. Your repairs are more solid than your actual floors. If you look at it really close, it was a pre-finished floor, so there's a micro bevel edge between each board. So when we go to sand this floor so that it'll match and look good with everything else, we're gonna take that micro bevel right out of there. So the sanding process on this floor is gonna be a little bit different than the sanding process on the other floors. We'll have to go down and grit to get rid of the micro bevel. These floors before we start were cupped pretty bad. They were getting moisture from somewhere. So we've sanded them all flat, got rid of a good percentage of the micro bevel. Homeowner is ecstatic on how they look so far, and they're at the stain stage. So
these floors are gonna look like it was brand new hardwood flooring installed in just a couple more days with you and your team here, right?
Yes.
What type of top coat are you gonna put on this?
Well, client chose to go with a matte finish, so we're gonna run a sealer coat and then we're gonna sand that sealer coat, and then we're gonna put 3 coats of matte finish on top of this coat. And it's gonna be just awesome. It's just gonna be a beautiful look. So I think you won't have to do anything else to these floors for another 30, 40 years.
Right. The value of this 30-year-old, 20-year-old flooring, it just cut the price point in half, right? You're gonna get, this new homeowner's gonna get another 30, 20 years, whatever the case may be, out of this floor. 3/4 inch solid hardwood, tongue and groove, and matched traditional hardwood flooring that when it comes to value in a home,
you can't match it.
So folks, if you're thinking hardwood floor, or if you've acquired a new property, it has flooring, contact Mike Jones Hardwood Flooring.
Ohio.
In Ohio, right? If you have that newly acquired home, this is a great option. Or if you're teetering in new construction or a remodel situation and thinking about hardwood floor, this just demonstrates the extra value involved in 3/4 inch solid hardwood, tongue and groove. It lasts a lifetime.
Yes, it does.
Folks, Steve Stack, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, the value of hardwood floor, existing or new, you can't go wrong. BairdBrothers.com, Content Studio, you'll see more of Mike. Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Brought to you direct from Studio 3B at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, the American Hardwood Advisor is your source for trends, tips, and insights into how the building industry has evolved. Join me, Steve Stack, along with guest builders and industry leaders as we talk shop and go in depth on what it takes to be the best of the best. Dive into topics like architecture, industry trends, project plans, historical tools, tricks of the trade, and life's lessons from more than 6 decades of experience in the hardwood lumber business. Hey folks, we've got a good one for you today. We are back at Studio 3B, Steve Stack coming to you. And if you're entertaining hardwood flooring, we're gonna run the gamut today. I have a hardwood flooring specialist, Mr. Mike Jones of Mike Jones Hardwood Flooring, and a friend and partner of Baird Brothers. Mike, welcome to Studio 3B, man.
Thank you, Steve.
We've been trying to catch up. We've been trying to catch up to you. Thanks for coming over today. We've got a ton of stuff to talk about.
Appreciate it.
And we're gonna let you introduce yourself to the folks watching or listening, and we're gonna learn some stuff about you. You're gonna learn some stuff about us, and most importantly, the audiences are gonna learn something about hardwood flooring.
All right.
So we're gonna go full circle on you today, man. Just what I said. Tell us about yourself. I mean, you've been doing this for what? 20, 30, 40 years?
Well, like Steve says, my name is Mike Jones. I have a wood flooring company here in Mahoney County. We travel as far as Pittsburgh and some parts of Akron, Canton, and Cleveland. Been here for almost 20 years working in this area, and our specialty is refinishing existing hardwood floors.
Where'd you start out at? How'd you get involved in the hardwood flooring industry?
What happened is I had an older cousin who was working for a wood flooring contractor in the New York, New Jersey area. And he brought me along. I was like a 16, 17-year-old kid, and that's when I got introduced to the trade. We were installing floors in the Manhattan, Hoboken, New Jersey City area. And I think we were getting paid 10 cents a square foot. 10 cents. And if you can imagine how much that is, I mean, you put in a couple of thousand square feet and you came home with $100 probably. Not jokingly, but that's what was the rate. Yeah. And we were going to these empty apartment complexes and we'd nail up flooring. And that's before they had air on guns. Everything was a little power nailer and a cleat. And they sent you in there with a power nailer, a mallet, and a skill saw.
Yeah.
And that skill saw did everything.
Right.
Did all your end cuts, did all your rips. You pretty much, that's all you had as far as tools.
And that's changed, and this is gonna happen. I haven't even got to my questions where, how has the industry changed on you? But you just touched on it. Yeah. The tools that you broke into the trade with versus the tools you have today.
Exactly.
You mentioned the pneumatic nailers, a miter box, a table saw. Yeah. That table saw used to be your skill saw. Yep. Right?
Like I said, we'd go into a whole house and pretty much a whole apartment complex, and all we had was a skill saw and nail guns. Power nailers. So pretty much now we have table saws, we have skill saws, we have jigsaws, we have miter boxes, we have everything. We have compressors, we have guns. We pretty much have everything that makes it a lot easier to do these things with. We didn't even have heat in these places that we would go into in the middle of winter. They would put down, that's the other thing too. No climate control environments. We were installing flooring, literally, your hands were cold, you were getting splinters. We hated the trade back then. I don't know if I'm saying we as much as I should say I, but I hated it.
The hardwood flooring trade allowed you to travel coast to coast.
I guess so. I guess you can say that. I don't know if that's...
It deemed it traveled. You traveled coast to coast. It
traveled with me,
right?
Yes. I was introduced to it there. I worked a couple of summers. And then when I moved to Northern California, I pretty much picked up the rest of the trade there. You can say that.
You've had to have seen some cool projects. Every caliber of home, right?
Of course. We've seen a whole lot. I've done a whole lot. One thing I can remember, and I'll let you know about this one, is this high school in Clear Lake, California. It was called the Kelseyville High School. Me and 4 guys were installing this Kelseyville High School gymnasium. Now, with my previous training as a wood floor installer, I was able to install this floor from the baseline all the way up to the other foul line. The other foul line, before the 3 guys could take it from their baseline to their foul line. Yeah. Can you imagine that? That's a lot. Because of the method of how we were trained to install floors, we got such a little bit of money that we had to move.
Had to hustle.
We had to hustle. You didn't make any money if you didn't learn how to, we call it nailing. If you didn't know how to nail, you didn't make any money. So I learned how to nail, and it was like, bam, it was moving fast. And we don't nail like that anymore. It's just so that you know. we don't nail like that anymore. Matter of fact, if I see any of my guys trying to nail up a floor that fast, I stop them. I was like, look, you better make sure every crack's closed.
Right?
Yeah, you better make sure you do everything correctly.
So you spent some time out on the West Coast, and then you landed back here in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah. Marriage, family, that brought me to this area where my wife is from this area. And that's how we landed here. And it was a good place to come. When I got here into the area, I would probably say hardwood flooring is the 3rd option for flooring when I moved here 20 years ago. First it's carpet, second it's tile, and then it's hardwood. Pretty much it was perfect for a wood flooring contractor because the rest of the country, especially in where I came from, is hardwood first.
Yeah.
And every home and garden magazine you look in, it's hardwood first, tile second, carpet last. So now carpet is starting to phase out of this area, and guess who's at the top of the, so pretty much we're seeing how it's catching up. Wood flooring trade is catching up to the rest of the country. So yeah, it's perfect for this area.
We went from tools changing to decorating schemes changing to what I think is consumers' approach or attitudes back to value. And the value of hardwood floor, and you've witnessed it, I'm sure, hundreds of times. You can go into a home that has hardwood flooring that's 30, 40, 50 years old, and through refinishing, you make it look like a brand new hardwood floor.
Exactly.
Right?
That's exactly what we love to do. Yeah. We like to go into homes, pull up that old carpet and sand and refinish those existing floors. And obviously it's cleaner. It's a cleaner process. One of the things that carpet as opposed to hardwood floor, I would probably say wood flooring is just brings value. It holds its value. You have less maintenance over time. And it's everlasting. I mean, once you get your floors refinished, you'll never have to do it again, pretty much.
So you touched on something, and I knew this was going to happen with you because of, in all seriousness, Mike, you are a hardwood floor specialist. From stopping out here and picking up hardwood floor at Baird Brothers, or us delivering it to your job sites and you installing new floor and then job site finishing it. I know you've used some of our pre-finished product on new installs, but you touched on something as far as two things. You touched on the health aspect of hardwood flooring, right? Proven, it's better for you. It's cleaner, as you stated. And number two, the other thing you mentioned was the maintenance side of it. What product, if you recommend products to clean or maintain hardwood floors with, or something people shouldn't be using on their hardwood floor finishes, because there's a lot of finishes out there, right? And some react adversely to different maintenance products. Lead us down that road a little bit as far as what you see.
Well, I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of homeowners, women put things and go to the store and just buy like Revital products. I'm not a fan of Revital products. Like if somebody buys something and they put on an existing pre-finished floor or a floor that's just been refinished. You got a beautiful finished floor, you probably should get a cleaner, not a Revital product, a cleaner. Just clean your floors. A lot of people like to use vinegar and water. Bona makes a lot of cleaning products that I recommend. I am not an advocate of Revital products because they start to build up, and if you don't clean your floors correctly before you apply them, you're trapping dust and dirt on your finishes. We see a lot of that. People need to educate themselves on it.
So on that, you're referencing it as Revital, and for myself and the folks at home to understand, you're talking about a product that is advertised as revitalizing your floor. Right? Okay. So there's got to be some type of chemical reaction involved.
Exactly. So
right?
The thing is, you don't really want to downplay a product that's on the market as much, but I think that's the most harmful thing to a pre-finished floor that's brand new, or a floor that's recently sanded and refinished, is a product called Revital, because now you're changing the sheen of the product, you're changing what you actually originally purchased, which I don't recommend doing. I just think cleaning is, people should learn how to clean their floors properly.
You mentioned an old school cleaner, vinegar and water, vinegar and warm water, a rag, a sponge mop, Swifter, wrung out, not putting a lot of water onto the floor, but the properties of the vinegar and removing dirt, and also when that vinegar evaporates off and dries off, you don't have the streaking, right?
So you're actually taking care of your floors just like you would take care of your windows, kind of the same concept.
Right.
No ammonia-based products though. Ammonia kind of breaks down finishes over time. This conversation could go in a lot of different directions because a lot of people have hardwood flooring and taking care of them. My wife takes care of hers with just a Swifter, and she does a pretty good job. And I would probably recommend a Swifter for light cleaning, day-to-day cleaning, but then get on your hands and knees and clean them with warm water and vinegar, like once every 2 weeks or so, kind of thing. But that's it.
Yeah, and it can be that simple.
Yeah.
And traffic comes into play, pets come into play, but it's the same thing with carpeting.
Exactly.
Right? You're either running the Swifter or you're running a vacuum.
Exactly. So Maintenance. You should always, like every once in a while, have a professional come in and look at your floors and probably do maintenance. You know, maintenance means a nice light sanding and a new new application of a good finish.
So, and that's an important comment in that. Let's go new construction home. You install Baird 4-inch maple flooring, right? You site finish it, okay? And people love it. 7 years down the road, it's starting to lose a little bit of its shine or sparkle.
Right. In a case like that, you just want to, have your contractor, me or whoever, come out there, lightly sand the floors and put another coat on them so that you don't have to sand them down to the raw wood. So kind of get it before it starts getting, don't let it just keep wearing.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, those traffic areas.
Those traffic areas, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
and then, bam, you've got a fresh new floor again,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So if you take care of them properly and do the maintenance accordingly, your floors will always look fresh and brand and new. Yeah.
And going back to the value aspect of it, floors that were installed in homes here in the Mahoning Valley back in the 30s and 40s and into the 50s, 2 1/4 strip flooring, red oak, white oak, some maple.
Right.
Like you said, you pull the carpet back on those and you still have a quality hardwood floor that just needs a facelift.
And that's pretty much what we do most of the time. That's what we're doing. And a lot of times there's some repair under there. We do those and then we just sand and refinish the whole thing. You can change it to a darker floor, a lighter floor. It just doesn't matter. You got your clean palette when you're dealing with that. I thought it was like code that they built houses with wood flooring planks under them because it kind of baffles me that if carpet was the #1 choice of flooring here in the valley for so long,
right.
Why is there strip flooring under all of these old homes? But I think it was code that they had to have wood flooring installed when they built the homes. So yeah, so if you just bought a house or you're thinking about buying a house, peel back that carpet and let's see if you got some wood floor already. And
right.
And then
So you run the gamut on your services for Mike Jones Hardwood Flooring, right? New installs.
New installs.
Refinishing, repairs are huge, right?
Yeah.
And that's, we're not going to have you divulge all of your tricks of the trade per se, but when it comes to repairing, replacing some hardwood floorboards or extending into another room, there are some tricks, right?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of tricks.
You can talk to different people, and I know you're going to recognize it as soon as it comes out of my mouth. Extending a room into another living area, and rather than have that one long butt joint, there's a process called weaving, right?
We call it weaving. Some call it nesting. What we do is we nest or weave into the old floor, and you don't have a break, and then we sand and everything, and then stain everything, and just
grows together.
It's a beautiful transition, of course. Yeah, I'm doing one as we speak, but yeah. So we do that quite a bit.
So let's go, and we've talked about the refinishing. There's a lot. Society in general has changed, that folks are willing to investigate doing a project themselves, the DIYer. Doable, yes, but advantages, disadvantages. Do you have the tools, right? Do you have the knowledge? Well, we can go out on social platforms and
figure out the knowledge.
Educate
the biggest
yourself.
thing is the time. Do you have the time? Obviously, if you don't do something every day, it's going to take you twice as, maybe 3 times as longer as someone that does do it every day. And that's a big factor. And after you spend all that time, it still may not come out. So what did you gain by doing it yourself if you know if you don't
No,
have the
true.
time and the materials and the machinery to do it. So you might as well get it done. It depends on what your time is worth, right?
You know, and there's a lot of things to be taken into consideration, and I know our sales staff here at Baird's, we've become proactive in
Helping people do their own.
right? Well, in helping people do it themselves, but even in the case where they have Mike Jones coming into their home for a new install, setting expectations,
Right.
talking about maintenance, and most importantly, job site conditions prior to receiving that delivery of hardwood floor. We send our product out, our flooring product, 6 to 8% moisture content, right? And we know that the underlayment, it needs to be at a certain moisture level also.
Right.
So the new floor at 6 to 8%
Doesn't clash with the existing.
doesn't clash and pull moisture from the underlayment, right? Take us through a little bit of that, you know, some of your knowledge.
From my knowledge, we don't really have that problem in existing older homes because the floor has been installed for years and years and years. So the moisture content of that house, everything in that house is going to be more stable. But new construction is one of the biggest things that will happen. Whereas like these houses, they build them within a year or so and put the roof on. And then they call you like, we're ready for the floor.
Right.
And that's not going to work because if the roof hasn't been on long and that subfloor is not completely dried out, you can't just go in there and put a new floor on top of it without, you know, checking all the moisture content and all that stuff, because your floor will react to that floor that's in there already.
Right.
And when I say react, that moisture in the subfloor could be somewhere over 20, 30%, something really high. So you have to take all those precautions. You have to, you know, you have to stick to
And that's the perfect word, precautions. Right. You don't want to set yourself up for failure.
Right.
Right. And you know, job site conditions, whether it be any of the 4 seasons, but we'll go summer, winter. We advise folks to make sure that the permanent heat source is in place.
And it's been running
And in the case of summer, the air conditioning units. Right. Also, I'm a firm believer in dehumidification. Air conditioning helps. Dehumidification really makes that air conditioner do more than it would on its own, right? You know, and depending on what the weather's like outside, when you receive new hardwood flooring, do you always go through an acclimation time?
There has to be an acclimation time because basically you got people ordering floors for new homes that the windows only went in a week before the floor has arrived. Those are all red flags. You got to ask questions. So when are your windows and when your doors gone? You know, how long has the roof been on? And those are the things that are essential. So that floor needs to go in that house and it needs to set in there for about a week or two or a couple of weeks before you start installing. And then you need to go in there with moisture meters and check that subfloor and all that stuff before you install the hardwood floor. So if you got your do-it-yourselfers, like you're saying, those are the precautions that they need to take.
Versus going into a home that might be 30 years old.
Right.
And okay, let's pull the carpet out of the dining room and there's particle board underneath it or plywood underneath it. Because that house has that age,
right,
and it has gone through a natural process of drying down,
right,
you could take flooring from Baird's into that home
and install it after 3 days of it just sitting inside that house.
Yeah, right?
And there you're good, yeah. That's the difference between the two.
Right, new construction, existing.
Yeah, that's the difference between two. You just got to be a little bit more careful with new construction and make sure your environment is so conducive to what your product is going to be.
You know, and I reference literature from the National Hardwood Flooring Association. They have a lot of great literature available at their website for both you and I, the professionals,
right,
and for the homeowner. even if they have you install their floor, there's good information in there for them how to control the environment inside their home so the floor don't run away. And you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say run away on you. And so that's a good reference for folks. Right. National Hardwood Flooring Association, a lot of good guidelines and how to, because when we drop that floor off at a job site, the floor becomes your possession. You install it, everything's fine, and now it's the homeowner's possession and the homeowner's responsibility to take care of it.
Keep the moisture good in the house and the whole 9 yards. Yep. So you don't get that call, right?
Right. And in being a little bit proactive and forward thinking, if you tell folks, I've witnessed it here in the studio just over the past year. My cupboard doors were getting a little tight on some of the double doors. And I said, wait a minute, they're growing. So then I started looking at the hardwood floor and says, wait, it's pushing too. Right. So we introduced a dehumidifier, right? It's air conditioned, but we had to get that dehumidifier
to get that out.
Yeah, right. But you have to know to identify it,
right? So
you can act on it, right?
No, I know. I have. We run into it all the time. So yeah, definitely have to have a dehumidifier in your house. In newer homes.
We talked about some of the plywood and as a subfloor underlayment. Back in the day, it was 1x6, 1x8s run on a diagonal across the floor joist, right. Pine boards, and so before we introduced hardwood flooring, and there's a couple options, what do you prefer as an underlayment paper?
We like Aquabar, which we get right here at Baird Brothers. This is one of the better underlayment products. One of the reasons why I like Aquabar is if I'm not putting it down myself, I don't have to worry about it scarring new painted walls or new painted baseboard.
Versus the black felt paper, right?
15-pound felt.
Right.
So my guys are running 15-pound felt, and then I'm watching, look, stay away from the baseboards, they were freshly painted. Stay away from the walls, they're freshly painted. Because as soon as that stuff, as you're rolling it out, touches any paint, it's gonna, it marks it. So Aquabar is the best, and you can only get that at Baird Brothers.
So, and just for the folks listening or watching, there's basically 3 underlayment options. Products, right?
Yeah. There's Aquabar, there's 15-pound felt, and those 2 products it's adding a moisture barrier between your subfloor and your flooring. So it has a dual process to it. It actually helps soften the hollowing sound of walking on your floor.
And the third would have been the red rosin paper.
Red rosin, pretty much for me, it doesn't have any usage.
So Aquabar, they were pretty wise, and they developed a product that took the moisture barrier
from a 15-pound felt.
From the 15-pound felt, and they've embedded that between 2 layers of something similar to a rosin paper. So you get both the benefits.
Right.
You get the moisture transmission barrier, but you get the workability of the red rosin paper because it is paper faced on both sides. So you get the workability. I've been on job sites and I've installed floors with the old 15-pound felt.
Right.
And the next thing you know, you're stepping off the hardwood floor onto the felt, back onto your hardwood floor, and then you've got tar emulsion embedded into the, where the Aquabar product
doesn't do that at all. Aquabar is the best product, bar none. Rosin is too light for me personally, but people use it.
Oh yeah. But it doesn't. It still allows moisture transmission.
Right. It's just paper.
Yeah. So and not only from direct contact with the subfloor to the underside of the hardwood flooring, but whatever's going on in the lower level of that home, that environmental condition seeping up through And
that's why we use it, right?
Right?
From the unfinished basement, from the lower levels of the home. Yeah, that kind of thing.
One step further, still talking about an underlayment substrate of some form. We're seeing more and more, in different situations, more and more adhesives, right? So, and there's flooring adhesives for the whole gamut, from laminate products to engineered flooring products like we offer here, to even solid wide plank, right? Take us through that a little bit. I know you've had firsthand experience there.
Well, right now, like say if you have new construction and you want to do a wider plank installation, it's definitely recommend that you glue and nail that plank flooring, because your floor is not going to go anywhere if you use a really good adhesive. We have this stuff in Baird. Baird carries a product called Bostik. Bostik makes a really good adhesive so that when this floor is installed, it's not going anywhere. You're not having any climate control problems at all. It's not going to move after it's installed. It's just permanent, period. And these products are low VOC, which before, years ago, you had to have respirators to apply, you know, subfloor adhesives. But now they're low VOC, meaning that they're you know, the emissions is pretty much zero. They're really good products. And again, it really eliminates the moisture issue from below. And that's what's happening now with new engineered installations. They're gluing them and they're pretty much permanent. Most large plank installations are applied with Bostiks, and you're pretty much good after that.
So it allows the consumers options.
Right.
In that, I mean, old school philosophy, solid plank hardwood floor was advised at grade or above grade, never below grade, right? But with the new engineered products and some of the new adhesives, you can take an engineered product down to the lower level of the home, direct apply to concrete, or if you're using a wide plank on the first floor of the home or second floor of the home, you can use some of these same adhesives as the insurance policy, along with nailing wood to wood.
Right. So if you use this adhesive on any level, pretty much in the basement, it's going to protect you from the moisture from the slab, the existing slab, whether it be an old slab or it be a new slab. If you can install right above on a slab with an engineered product or a plank, glue it down, you're good. You're good with this stuff. And then like on the first and second and third level, if you use an adhesive like Bostiks for your installation, your floor is pretty much not going to move. We love it.
Conditions have to get extreme for that product to fail.
Yeah, like the roof has to have a big giant hole. It must have, you know. I think standing water will pretty much have a hard time affecting the product. I'm sure it probably would, but yeah.
You know, and that's, so we've covered the vapor barriers per se. And one thing we didn't touch on is with the Aquabar product and the adhesive products, you have a very quiet floor because you're not wood on wood, right? So that's something else we want to mention. There's numerous reasons for using that one of those products between your hardwood floor and your subfloor, whatever the case may be. You know, and I'm sitting here thinking, one of the most common installation failures I have witnessed over the years: put the floor too tight, don't leave your expansion room around the perimeter of the floor, right? What do you normally run? Half, 3/4?
Ooh, half inch expansion, pretty much. I mean, depends on what you're. A lot of times, if I'm doing a new installation, I'm gonna recommend that a person has at least a 3/4 base, so you can leave a half inch expansion gap around. But a lot of, sometimes you can't really tell people what to do. Sometimes they may have an idea that they can use a 1/2-inch base or something like that, and it's just not enough expansion. You're gonna have, that floor is gonna move, and it's just gonna not give you enough expansion around the edges. So you have to have a certain amount on new installations. So yeah, 1/2-inch would be really good.
You know, I always tell folks,
1/4 inch is okay too.
yeah, but I always tell folks, you know, if you have a room that's 20 foot wide, 16 foot wide, right? Then you're laying a 5 or a 6-inch floor, and conditions are such that the floor wants to expand because it's picking up moisture from the atmosphere, the environment. And if each one of those boards grow a 64th of an inch in width, right? And you think about it, and they start to push, they're gonna run out of room fast.
Right.
And when they run out of room, you've seen it, you've repaired them, where somewhere that it's not necessarily nail failure, but the weakest point of that floor, it's gonna
Right.
cone up on you, right?
Right.
And then you've got a project.
Yeah, you got to go in and you got to cut it out. You got to fill it in. You got to do stuff like that. Again, that's not always because of, because of not enough expansion. That could because you're getting just a lot of moisture.
Yeah.
You're out of your environment is not controllable. So you have like, extreme temperature changes, water.
No. And a lot of things can cause, but it all comes down with that hardwood floor growing because of some source of moisture.
Exactly.
Right. So that's always important. And again, referencing back to the National Hardwood Flooring Association, that's one of the guidelines that they set forth. Is perimeter spacing.
Right.
So you go in, and somebody calls you, wants you to come into their home, and they're entertaining refinishing. Okay, maybe it's an older floor, maybe it's a floor that's 10 years old.
Yep.
There has to be a line in the sand where you walk into a potential customer's home and say, we can't save this floor, right?
Yep.
I mean, you can do a lot,
Yep.
pull some miracles out every once in a while, but
Well, real quick, I walked into a very old home. Actually, it's going to be a bed and breakfast, and it was in Poland, downtown Poland. And the guy comes in, wants me to come in and sand and refinish the whole first level. So when I come in the house, and he said 2 other guys looked at it, and so when I come in, all I see is like nails. You can see the nails at each joint exposed up and down each row. So that's indicative of me that the floor has been sanded quite a bit of times, and it's pretty much thin, and it's not, I'm not going to put my sanders on them because they already got nails showing up and down each row. So those are floors that usually you want to recommend that client entertain the idea of putting a new floor in. Some people are on like, well, that's not in the budget, but
yeah.
But they need a new floor in. They would need to come in and get start shopping for a new floor. And that's kind of rare that you would see a situation like that in any old home, because wood floor refinishing is not that popular to begin with in the area. It hasn't, so you're not going to walk into too many structures where the floor has been sanded a half a dozen times. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
So it's rare. But in some markets, that is, when wood flooring has been the top of the flooring train, you're going to walk into a house where a floor has been sanded 5 or 6 times.
Right. And the flooring has its limitations.
Right.
The product has its limitations.
So that's that, yeah. But other than that, most floors, just before you jump off that subject, there are other factors other than flooring being sanded too many times. A lot of times we run into houses where people have pets that aren't let out to walk or just go to the bathroom. So they pull up the carpet, they have these beautiful hardwood floors, but they have these big giant pet stains pretty much everywhere. Sometimes those floors can be saved, the floors can be sanded and go as dark as an ebony, a dark stain, and sometimes they can't. You know, we've done some really dark stains, and we've rescued some really, really, really bad pet stained, urine stained floors.
And so the product, and I don't care whether we're talking about carpet, whether we're talking about beautiful tiles, or whether we're talking about hardwood, there's expectations and limitations to those products.
Yeah.
So on that, on finishing, and I know you do a lot of both, of old school, which I refer to it, installing the hardwood flooring raw, unfinished.
Old school. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Versus using one of Baird's pre-finished products.
Yep.
I think both have their pros,
Yep.
right? But there are limitations involved also. And I said old school, and I'm referencing and dating myself again, but in the job site finishes, as we've referred to it, it's evolved over the years. It's a much cleaner process now. Mm-hmm. One thing that hasn't changed is the palette of colors that you can accomplish job site.
Right.
Right? If I have a beautiful white oak table and I want to come into that coloration and to match that white oak table, you can do that
Right.
on job site finish, right?
We provide stain charts. I mean, you got almost 30, 40 options of different colors. So pretty much just like paint colors almost with flooring. I mean, I've seen people do blue rooms, blue floors, green floors. I mean, you pretty much can stain your hardwood floors. If you can imagine it, you could do it with color. So yeah, we provide stain charts, and if you go online, you see something you like, we try to, we do what we can to try to duplicate that process for you. Yeah, so you can do what you want as far as color.
And the finishes that you have available to you today,
right,
for on-site finishing, they've made a lot of advancements.
Exactly. Well, there used to be lacquer-based finishes that you had to be out the house for almost 2 to 3 days between each coat.
For the off-gassing.
Right, for the emissions that they emitted. Then, the evolution of finishes, period, we can go into that, but let's not. Because they've evolved. Let's just go to where they are now. Solvent-based finishes are pretty much dry within 45 minutes per application, an hour and a half tops. Solvent-based finishes. So you can actually have a floor sanded, refinished, and have 3 coats applied and be done within a 24-hour period. Which that's changed. It's been like that for probably the last 15 years.
Right.
So if you're in a house and you're having your downstairs, your first level refinished, literally you'll be able to walk on your floors 45 minutes between each application. So it's not like you have to move out anymore to have your hardwood floors refinished anymore. That's done. It's almost like the same concept as latex paint now. You can have your walls painted and it be dry.
Yeah.
And you can come back in your house an hour and you don't have to worry about not touching the walls. Same thing with your floors.
Yeah. Yeah. So they've made huge advancements.
Huge advances.
Right.
And the finishes are harder, stronger, in all the different properties that we need them to be. So, yeah.
You're getting a good protective wear layer. Exactly. Yeah. And that's going back to. We offer both the unfinished and the pre-finished.
Now the pre-finish, going back to what you were saying, pre-finish has these advances, has the advantage of if you have a pre-finished installation, pretty much the floor goes in, it's done.
Move the furniture back in.
Yeah, move the furniture back in, you're good. And that's really helpful for people that are like really solvent or really sensitive to any kind of products.
Right.
Some people just can't handle anything.
So yeah, so a pre-finished floor would probably...
It's that and the conveniency of it rather than being tied up for 2 days or 3 days. Nail it down, put the furniture in,
back, you're done. Yeah,
very little inconvenience.
It's the most efficient way
Right.
to have you're done.
Limitations, we like to stay in our lane a little bit and offer 9 to 10, 11 different stain colors on the 8 different species that we offer. So your palette's limited a little bit that way. But if you look at, what I just say, say there's 12 and 12 colors and 8 different species, there's over 100 options.
Well, to your question about that, I don't see that when the sand refinish on site. I don't see people running the gamut of the 50 to 60 flooring options. It's still, people are back to the 10 or 12 different options. I don't see a lot of people doing green floors or blue floors, or you know what I mean. I see the white floors a lot, but it's still
Lately we've been seeing a lot of the grays and the ebonies, right?
A lot of gray floors.
I mean, we offer a couple different gray stains now, and but again, the nice thing about it, 10 years when it's no longer in style,
sand it off and start fresh.
Get caught up, get caught up to the decorating that's going on.
Yep.
Do you have a certain species that you like to work with more than others?
White oak would probably be my favorite product.
You and the rest of the world right now, right?
Yeah, white oak is just a beautiful. It's just a beautiful grain of wood. It accepts stain well. I mean, it's really a nice product.
Durability.
I mean,
and the, like you say, the staining of it. We're seeing a lot of it just clear coat now.
Yeah.
I mean, it has a natural
gorgeous
beauty
floor.
to
It's
it.
a beautiful floor.
It's
a beautiful floor.
Wear and tear. I mean, let's go through it. I mean, the hickories, the red oak, the white oak, the quartered reds, the quartered whites, the maple. For that knockout home office den, lower traffic, you can entertain a walnut or a cherry and really set it off, knowing that it's not necessarily a high traffic area. We go back to the Jenga table, right? And see the face density. But with the different woods come different characteristics, not only in grain, but physical properties,
right,
as far as expansion, contraction. Hickory's a wild child. I mean, you really got to stay on it to maintain the environment inside that home, so it don't run away on you.
Okay.
Because it will react. All wood will react to moisture.
Right.
Some react quicker and more drastically.
Maple is probably the most unstable.
Maple can do some crazy stuff too. And then there's the tried and true red oak.
Red and white, come on. Oak is pretty much your product. You're good with oaks. And hickory too. Isn't hickory pretty stable?
Oh, hickory is one of our more dense native hardwoods, but because of its cellular structure, and if it picks up moisture, it's going to go somewhere. It's going to move. So you got to be careful on that. But with controlled conditions inside of the home, they're all going to make you a beautiful floor.
Exactly.
And then you come in and work your magic with the sanding and the stain. And we should touch on that. In the case of our pre-finished floor, and it has a slight micro beveled edge, right? Which when you install those boards parallel side by side, there's a minute
micro bevel. Exactly.
Micro bevel, right? And that conceals any unevenness, helps conceal any unevenness in the install, right? Where old school, square edge.
Old school square edge flooring.
Okay.
We'll bring up any and everything that's in that subfloor and any and everything that's in that house. So if your house is sloping a little bit, whatever.
Right. And so therefore the sanding after install. But to the decorator, the interior decorator side of things, it's a different look. It's a cleaner look.
The square edge.
No identifying each individual strip per se, other than through the grain changes and things like that. Some consider it a more formal look, you know. So again, two different floors in a square edge, smooth surface versus our micro, which is very minute, but you can identify it,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Most pre-finished products are gonna come with a micro bevel.
Right, with reason.
Whether it's engineered,
Yep.
whether it's one of the criteria of a pre-finished product. You're not gonna get too many pre-finished square edge floors. There are some, very expensive. And when you put them down, your subfloor has to be completely flat with no variations at all. And when you get a floor like that, and I've done a couple actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go in like it's just everything fits perfectly. So, yeah.
We've covered a bunch, friend.
Did we? I think you covered a bunch. I just kind of.
So anything from a little background on you, and you can say you've installed hardwood floor from coast to coast.
I can.
Right?
I can say that.
Well, we're glad to have you back in the Mahoning Valley.
Yeah, and I've sanded floors from coast to coast too.
And you cover the gamut from install to refinishing, and you've kind of crafted your trade. Like I say, you're chasing me at that 40-year mark, doing what you love to do, because I know you love to do it, man.
Oh, I can't do anything else. It's done. It's done.
Hey,
Steve,
thanks for coming back and visiting
appreciate
us
you, brother.
today.
Thanks
Appreciate
for having
it.
me in.
And folks, until next time, more information coming from the specialist, Mike Jones Hardwood Flooring. Stay tuned, more to come on the social. For all you folks listening, thanks for talking shop with Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. If you've enjoyed this episode and want to stay up to date with the American Hardwood Advisor Series, give us a like and subscribe. For more tips, projects, and inspiration, check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or at bairdbrothers.com. Until next time. Hey folks, Steve Stack, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. We're back at Studio 3B, joined by Kevin Tarkovich and our buddy and new friend from Renovation Hunters. And you brought some tools along. Man, what a great idea.
Hey, this is the second key element in our Renovation Hunters. I mean, we have the Baird Brothers product line. We have the tools to install it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what, they've taken a beating. You know, this isn't new tools sitting here. This is the stuff that has been through our 3 builds, and they're still performing flawlessly. And I can't say enough about Metabo coming on as one of our sponsors for the show, what tools they have supplied us with, and the quality.
You know what I was impressed with? Whatever tool I had a chance to put in my hands or operate, whether it be this 7 1/4 slide compound or that nice little 10-inch job site table saw, I could not believe the length of the life of the battery.
Yeah, definitely. With the battery life alone is something that draws you to it. Because, you know, we've been in the business that long, you know the evolution of the batteries.
Yep.
And you have a little bit of skepticism. When you see a battery tool, especially a chop saw, compound miter, table saw, we were ripping 2x12s through a table saw using the 36-volt battery.
This little guy really, and you had everything. You had the 7 1/4, you had some of the big 10s, and that the guys were using more or less as a chop saw for framing on the one job site. But this little guy for a trimmer, it's spot on.
Everybody wants to grab the 7 1/4s because they're lightweight. You take it in and out. You know, it's not where you have to set up your cut station. I had it the other day doing a renovation in a kitchen and brought it in, set it on what's going to be the future island, cut a few pieces of crown, put it in the truck, done.
Yeah.
You know, and the nice thing is there's no cords, there's nothing. It's a battery.
Yep.
And you're good to go.
Yeah, and this normally has a nice little dust collection bag on it and so forth. This is a little Mighty Mite. That's a great little compact screw gun, right? Impact, if I'm not mistaken. Great tool. But let's go back to the Baird Brothers side. Something that goes to our products. That palm sander.
The palm sander.
Huh?
They just recently released these battery palm sanders. The simplicity of grabbing one to go sand something.
Right.
You know, we put in some of these awesome butcher block tops. So we're using the router. We go ahead and ease the edge off there. And the next thing you know, before you get ready to seal it, someone has a palm sander out. They're finishing everything up. And these palm sanders, the longevity, again, in the battery is phenomenal. It doesn't tease you with it. When you take one of these out with a fully charged battery and you have the battery indication light on there,
Yep.
giving you all the bars, you know you're ready to go.
And I've had the fortune of having a lot of different woodworking equipment in my hands and stuff, and I was impressed. You can't see it on the camera. This thing has some weight to it. You can go in, do your routing, not worry about this little trim router bouncing around, chattering on you, because everything is substantial. I was thoroughly impressed. I think they've done a nice job on this battery product line. I want to thank you for introducing it to us.
Yeah, Metabo HTP. I know they have it on their website. The box stores carry it. Another awesome feature is their price point on this. You know, you look at some places and you're paying for a name.
Yeah.
This one, you are coming out way ahead. You're in the green.
They've done a nice job with it. Folks, check it out. Metabo Woodworking Tools. Kevin,
Steve,
thank you.
always a pleasure, buddy.
Stay tuned, folks. More coming your way. Hey folks, Steve Stack back here at Studio 3B, joined by Kevin Tarkovich, my buddy from Renovation Hunters. And Kevin brought some tools along, one of them being the Crescent brand.
You're familiar with this.
The first adjustable wrench, right?
First adjustable wrench by Crescent. You know, fabulous. The Evolution pump pliers. Crescent has supplied us with an assortment of tools, old product line, new product line, stuff that we have come to rely on during the construction process. Not only have they outfitted us with some nice bags,
I like that. I really like that.
the trusty tape measure that you can never find. I think we have maybe 40 of them, and we still got to look for them. Innovative feature. This is the highlighted. It's called the Night Eye. So for failing eyesight or low light conditions,
You're holding that out a ways,
you can see
and
it.
I can see those 30-second hash marks.
Yeah, definitely. So, you know, that's become a critical tool. Now, probably if any of you have had a father who had any carpentry skills, you have broken multiple ones of these in your childhood. I know I have, but it's the old trusty foot rule. I mean, you can't go wrong. It's old proven tools, just like their Crescent wrenches that, you know, you've come to rely on in the construction business, especially doing trim carpentry. This,
Invaluable.
everybody's had some form of speed square. This one with Crescent's adjustable.
So anybody that's ever used them, right? I mean, you and I, it's in my right-hand pouch, right? It never leaves there. But the convenience of this being in your pouch in the closed position, but let's say that I'm taking and I'm using this not as a marking tool, but as a straight edge, and I'm cutting a piece of 1x12. Now I have a beautiful saw guide, and I'm taking that entire 1x12 cut. Or, like I say, the convenience of collapsing it. You still have nice clean edges in my pouch, out of sight, out of mind, but at hand. This one won me over out in Hyannis, Nebraska. That's where I was first introduced to that, and I thought, that is too cold.
You know, there's multiple things you can do with a square. If you're doing roofs,
Yeah.
hips, common, all of that, alignment, you know, scoring, it's all there.
It's at the ready all the time.
I think I utilize that to lay out the stair treads, the risers on the porch out in Hyannis, which you would normally need a 12 by 24 square to do.
Framing square.
And for trim, all that, you can generate your reveal off the edge. And when your trim doesn't go well, you might need a little adjustment.
There's two must-haves right there, right? This is a nasty little cat claw, as I call it, right? That can get into some places and dig some nails out. It's got a nice edge on it too, but that little guy.
That's your finessing. This is get you serious before you get into the big stuff.
Right.
But they all get the job done. Have these nice little shears that Crescent has come out with. Metal cutting, leather. I think Hal actually uses these. He keeps them in his vest for pruning branches, and then also, I think he's dressed some game with it.
That's got a nice serrated edge on that one blade.
Yes, sir.
And really, the quality of the weight and the feel and the ergonomics of it, they're really nice.
Fits right in your hand.
Go ahead. I love this one.
Ergonomics, there you go. So this, not just the pliers. Flip it over, now you have a strippers, which 2 tools in one, but it doesn't sacrifice the integrity. Sometimes you get multiple tools that can do 2 jobs, but there's a weak point. These do not have a weak point.
And like if you're doing some electrical work around the house, those are 2 great tools to have. A very good set of pliers and cutters, and then the ability for wire stripping.
The Crescent brand has really evolved. Their hand tool line has been exceptional for us. To go above and beyond, they've also created some saw blades, which has been the key saw blade for us to utilize in all our cutting equipment for Metabo tools.
And folks, I've seen these little guys in action. These blades take a beating. At the same time, they give you that performance cut that you need in doing trim work. So folks, Crescent Tools, trusted partner of renovation hunters. Take a look online. If you're looking for some tools for hubby or the significant other, man, it's some great accessory tools. Check them out. See you next time. Brought to you direct from Studio 3B at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, the American Hardwood Advisor is your source for trends, tips, and insights into how the building industry has evolved. Join me, Steve Stack, along with guest builders and industry leaders as we talk shop and go in depth on what it takes to be the best of the best. Dive into topics like architecture, industry trends, project plans, historical tools, tricks of the trade, and life's lessons from more than 6 decades of experience in the hardwood lumber business. Hey everybody, welcome back to Studio 3B, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. I'm Steve Stack, and I have a feeling I'm gonna have some interesting conversation today with our guests, Joe and Mike DiLoreto of DiLoreto Construction out of East Liverpool, Ohio. And we're gonna talk to them about how they've witnessed the building industry, both commercially and residentially, evolve through the years, and they have a lot of good experience behind them, and a unique story in and of itself. And I just know the guy to my right, Mr. Joe, probably has some stories that he's going to share with us. So guys, welcome to Studio 3B.
Well, thanks for having us.
Hello, Steve.
Are you going to behave today?
Gonna try.
Okay, all right. Well, we set the guidelines before we went on camera, so
Do I have to
try
live
hard.
Do I have to live by them?
Try hard. Okay. I'm excited to have you guys here. Both we've enjoyed over the years a business relationship, a friendship, and it's been fun over the years, and watching you guys' business grow and develop, and the baton being passed. Mike, you want to take us through it a little bit? Give us a little background about your company?
Sure. My dad actually started a company called J&R Builders back, early 70s. I was pretty young. I was 12 years old or so. And it was just a partnership, and they grew quite quickly. And I think business got a little ahead of you, or what would you say? Kind of got ahead, and
one partner lost a little interest, and
so in 1978 he decided to walk away from what was then J&R Builders and create DiLoreto Construction. And
I didn't know that.
that was my senior year of high school, and so I graduated and ended up going to Youngstown State for a couple of years, and we basically worked as just a partnership, or as the two of us. And I'd come home every weekend and get ahead, or help get ahead, on the heavy stuff. I mean, he would handle everything, but I'd help get ahead, putting trusses up, helping frame, do whatever. And then he'd work the rest of the week while I was up at school. And so that went on for the couple, 3 years I was in college, but then worked every summer. And then right after that, came out and started working full time at that point. And it was kind of fun because we were doing a lot. I mean, we were 60, 70 hours a week, and I was getting paid by the hour, and I still have my pay stub. So I was making like $3.50 an hour, at that time.
8-hour days, only 8-hour days.
Yeah, no, he was paying me. He was paying me by the hour. And so finally comes to me and says, what do you want to do? And I said, this is what I want to do. I want to, be a carpenter. And he says, you want to be a partner? And I said, yeah, I'd like to be a partner. And at that point, he made me a full 50% partner. Well, the next week comes, and my paycheck comes, and I look at my paycheck, and it's like cut in half. And I said, what the heck's going on here? He says, welcome, partner. And the paycheck's never gone up since.
You didn't do that.
Oh, yeah.
He was making the same as I was.
Yeah, so but that's basically how we got started. But I would say back then we were more, we would do houses, some houses and things, but a lot of siding, a lot of roofs. Back in the 80s, it was tough.
Oh,
There was really lean.
There was a big downturn in new housing.
Yeah, and I can remember, I think one summer, about all we did was roofs.
Yeah.
For the entire time. And I'm gonna tell you what, you talk about not wanting to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
I mean, that was miserable. Slate tear-offs, but it paid the bills, kept things going, and but we always were looking for newer, different trends, different.
But like Baird Brothers, in the housing downturns, you find something to stay busy.
Yeah.
And you guys recognize that the remodeling side of the industry is huge. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's guys that live with it strictly doing remodeling, but for you guys to have the flexibility on the remodeling side, jump into the new home construction and then mix in some commercial alongside it. I mean, you've got a nice broad base.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We actually had to built a home on spec before anybody would even talk to us about building a home. You had to prove that you could build a house before they would talk to you.
Oh yeah.
And I actually put one up in speculation to.
Isn't it? Just to get that credibility.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And sold it for what I had in it.
And the rest is history.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, and that's very true, especially, in that time frame, people weren't building spec houses. nobody was sticking their neck out. Yeah, right? Yeah. Right. And you went ahead and took the leap, and
Yeah.
it worked out for you.
Yeah, luckily.
How's your residential new home construction versus a commercial? You guys?
Well, I think first off, it's we can't put a number to like 50%, 50. You know, it's not a 60-40 or something like that. The thing that you have to understand is we made a decision long ago that we want to put our heads on our pillows every night. Okay. And so in doing that, you know, we typically work in about a 15 to 20 mile radius, and we've done that all of our lives. But in order to do that, you have to be able to do anything. And so what's nice about in East Liverpool is that we service the greater East Liverpool area. And it's everything from, you know, building banks, doctors' offices, houses, condo developments, whatever. Remodels, kitchens, bathrooms. And if Mrs. Smith calls and needs a light bulb change, we go change a light bulb.
Yeah.
So it's whatever our area needs. That's what we do. And we are general contractors that specialize in carpentry. I'm not a mason.
Right.
I'm not a drywall finisher. You know, we're carpenters. Carpenter by trade. And then I'm a draftsman by schooling and civil engineering technician. But that's my schooling. And so what we have done, and I think what's been our real niche is we are a design build type of firm.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to commercial work, I'm not an architect or a registered engineer. And somebody has to stamp that product, you know, that drawing that we do. And so what I do is I do all the legwork, get the floor plans done, the elevations, actually bid it to make sure that the customer can afford it. And then we'll take it to an engineer or an architect to have it
Get it stamped.
finalized,
Yeah.
stamped, and run through state.
Right.
And we have a group that we typically deal with all the time on that. And so it works out very well.
And I find it interesting that you've been able to survive a 20-mile radius, say, of East Liverpool. I mean, that East Liverpool's not a real big town, right? But there's a need, and like Baird Brothers, we don't turn our nose up to much of anything.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a need, we're there, you know.
You can't be a prima donna. I mean, you have to take whatever is thrown at you, you know.
And you know what, Mike, in saying that, and you use the example of, you know, Sally needs a light bulb change. You do that because that's who you are,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yep.
She might not be spending tens of thousands of dollars with you, but because that's who you are, that's your values, that's, you know, and that reputation allows you to exist in a 20-mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
Because Sally got her light bulb changed, and maybe her son or daughter is building a house next year. Who are they going to come to? They're going to come to you guys, right? And that speaks volumes, and it's I think it's a good approach to live by, and we try that here at Baird's. You know, every day is a work day, and some days it's more giving than taking.
Yeah, but you know, and you're saying about Baird being that way. Back in the early '80s, we worked out of his basement. We had a table saw. We had your little shop that you have here in his basement, and we would do things down there. Well, it started getting bigger, needed some space. We wanted a shop, and we ended up moving in. Some friends of ours had some warehouse space, and so we moved into that. And but we didn't have a shop set up, and we didn't know where to go to, you know, figure out what we needed and what we wanted. And we ended up coming to Baird, and I think it was Dick helped us out. I mean, literally got us in touch with Power Tool.
Yep.
And scoped out
Glazer.
Bobby Glazer, yeah. And basically laid out everything, came down, looked at what we had, showed us what we needed to get. We ended up, I think he actually ordered most of the stuff for us.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't pay for it though. But no,
He was close to it.
yeah.
But he must have liked you.
He was a good guy.
No, really, he came down and he laid out the shop, and that shop is still that way today. Most of the pieces of equipment, which was all Delta at the time, is still in there. We're not our shop that we have is not what you would call the production shop with the CNC cut. You know, it doesn't have the computerized cutting or anything. We actually table saws, miter saws. You know,
It's a woodworker shop.
it's a woodworker shop, yes, and that's what we do. And the shop stays. Well, we have 2 guys in there every day working.
Really?
Yeah, every day.
Doing everything from
Everything under the sun. Right now, we're building bar, all the bar cabinets, back bar, front bar, everything. What we do, we use the shop to support what we do in the field. We don't solicit for, like if somebody came to you and said, hey, we would like some kitchen cabinets built, we wouldn't do that.
Right.
We only do what we
for projects you have going on.
Exactly. And we do buy boxed cabinets, for houses because it's more cost effective. But what's great about us is we can really get customized in that whatever they don't supply, we can make.
Yeah.
And that's what we do. And just, and looking around at what you have here, that's exactly what we do on a smaller scale.
Yeah, and that's a great asset for you to have.
Oh, yeah.
Because that takes you to a different level than every other builder in the marketplace,
I mean, we've done full bank teller lines. We just finished an auto parts store doing the whole counter system in it. So, but those are our jobs, that we're doing.
Right. That's interesting. That's it's just to have access to that, and you're keeping a couple guys busy doing that all the time.
Oh, all the time. Yeah, it's come a long way from being in his basement. Come a long way from being in his basement and built this gorgeous bar down in the basement that we had to take to a job, and ended up couldn't get it out of the basement.
You had to tell that one, didn't you?
Truth's the truth.
You had to be the one. You had to be the one on the measuring tape on that job.
Probably was.
Nice looking bar. No, we did. We ended up cutting it in half, taking it out, putting it back together again. But it did. But yeah, that was tough. I think that's what made us get our shop.
Well, that's. I mean, it's an appreciation of craftsmanship. I mean, we try to set that bar every day as far as what is expected from our product, and the same thing coming out of your shop. You have control over that, and that, man. I just think throughout the home building process, I'll use a very, very simple example. Bookcases on either side of the fireplace. It's a no-brainer for you guys, right? I mean, you have that available to you. That's I did not know that you actually ran a little, for lack of a better word, a cabinet shop. But you can do everything and anything. You can build mantles.
Well, what we do a lot of times now too is vinyl windows are becoming so prevalent, in homes. They are. But what we do is we don't order them with extension jambs on them. And so we get everything from you guys, and we cut the extension jambs, the sills, do everything. And then we literally trim the whole thing out. And then in the shop, everything is pre-done. And then we could just take it right out and pop them into the opening, anchor them in, seal it off. beautiful, beautiful work.
Prefab it,
Yeah.
prefab it in the shop, take it to the job
Quick.
site, and
Quick. So
Yeah.
anything that we can prefab, we prefab and take it out.
oh, sure. I mean, and a lot of things in woodworking, you can accomplish a lot in the field, but if you're in a shop setting, a lot of times your accuracy and quality goes up.
And speed,
Oh, yeah.
because everything's right there.
Yeah, right. You know, and then, like you're saying, you build a 1x4 box of extension jams, apply one side of casing to it, and walk out to the job site. Little shim here or there, and boom, and you have a beautiful piece done.
Yeah.
And I would say that today, I mean, I said we're general contractors that specialize in carpentry, and I would have to even take that farther and say we specialize in finished carpentry. We don't, it's a sign of the times. I mean, we're not running an 18, 20-man crew like we used to, you know, where we did everything, framing, siding, roofing, you know, anything that had to do with carpentry, we had our guys doing it. We just can't find the help these days. And so the guys we have are excellent. I mean, really good, devoted carpenters. And we have 3 young boys that are we started, last year? And they're just doing great. And, but, you know, we focus more on the finished carpentry because we are getting, we're all getting a little more seasoned, may I say. So we're getting more of the list of things we don't want to do instead of the things we want to do. Nobody wants to go on the roof. Nobody wants to.
Right?
Except him.
He hasn't learned yet.
You ought to see me fall off of one.
I've done that. I don't want to do that again.
Well, last year, I mean, you remember he broke his hip, because he fell off of a ladder. But the kicker was he wouldn't go get checked. So for 10 days, he had the nail apron on, working before he finally let me take him down to get x-rays. And then they found out it was broken. So, you know, years ago, my dad always told me, he said, son, if you're going to be stupid, you better be tough. Well, guess what?
You're a tough son of a gun. What do you think, Joe?
He's tough.
I feel like somebody's making a sandwich and I'm the meat.
You know, but no, I mean, that's, you know, that's kind of what we've evolved into.
And I just like the fact that you said you picked up a couple new boys that are working out, and we got to tell folks, you guys have realized it. You've paid your dues and came up through the ranks, but for some of these younger kids, there is so much opportunity in the trades.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned like $3.50 an hour, you know, and what these kids, if they can show up in the morning and give you 8 or 9 or 10 hours, whatever, they can make a darn good living.
Yeah, for sure. We're not paying peanuts. So
yeah, and the thing about it, just like you guys in starting your business, those kids spend some time with somebody like you folks, and they get 5, 6, 7, 8 years under their belt. There's opportunity. You want to be the boss? Go out and be your own boss. But you have to have that footing laid and that experience, and they can gain that through someone like yourselves.
And what we've actually done this past year is typically we have framers that will frame a house up, and then we come in afterwards and we spend a week doing what we call the detail framing. And not just fixing. I don't want to make it sound like that because it's not, but it's the detail stuff that we need to do for you know, the beams, the box beams, the trim, the, you know, whatever has to be
Blocking
done.
for the curtain rods.
We spend time just doing that stuff ourselves. But what we did this year was we had a couple of smaller ranch style units that were a little easier. We took the kids out and framed them ourselves so that they could see.
They benefited from it.
Yeah,
They
because
benefited
the
from it.
problem is that carpenters these days, when I came up through, a carpenter was someone that could do everything. You know, frame, lay out rafters, cut miters, figure out everything. Well, now everybody wants to be a specialist. You know, oh, I do metal studs. Oh, I do framing. Oh, I do, you know, roofs. I do. But yeah, the fact is a carpenter should be able to do all that. And that's what we're trying to show these kids, is a little bit of everything. Sure, they'll find their niche and what they're better at, but they need to know everything.
How many footers did you lay out and frame over the years?
Oh,
Right?
good Lord, Steve, God only knows.
Yeah, but to Mike's point, I mean, you started there and then you expanded on it. You know, and
We actually hand dug our footers for a while.
Yeah.
Serious.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
And we would dump the gravel for the French drain down at the road so that I could wheel it all the way up.
I was keeping him in shape for football.
you know there were child labor laws.
Not back then.
Not in my house. Yeah, there was no sympathy there.
I can just see that. I can see that. Hey, Mike, move that pile of dirt over there. Come in tomorrow. Mike, move that pile of dirt back over where we got it yesterday.
I think I did okay, though.
Oh, shoot. So what? I know you guys are extremely busy right now, and thank you for taking some time out of your afternoon and stopping in to visit with us. But what are you seeing design wise? You know, I'm going back to you know, the late 70s, early 80s. You know, it was ranches. It was the 2.5 inch, what we used to call the Hollywood casing, 3.25 inch Hollywood baseboard. You know, it was that was it. Oak flush hollow core doors, or birch.
Birch flush.
Yeah,
Yep.
right.
Yep.
And I mean that was the era. That was it. And then everybody went from ranches. Everybody had to have a 2-story center entry 2-story. You know, walk in, dining on the left, living room on the right. Walk back to the kitchen, family room on one back corner, and we went through that. So not only has the living space changed, floor plan layouts and so forth, but what's going on inside of the houses, as far as like with Baird product. It seems right now we can't produce enough poplar material because there's so much painting going on as far as interior decorating. You know, and how do you see that, you know, coming into 2022? We don't see that changing anytime soon. I mean, we offer all of the stain grade species, the red oak, the maple, you know, the cherry, the hickory being very popular right now. But we see that being used more for feature focal points than we do the common thread throughout the house. You know, we're seeing a lot of paint. How about you, Mike?
Oh, paint's huge right now. And the finger jointed poplar is so great because it's still wood. It's pieces put together, and it's so much more stable. So we're getting, it's a far superior product when you're painting is that finger jointed. But it is amazing how things have changed. You know, back in the 80s or, you know, early 90s, it was the 1,400 square foot raised ranch house with one window in each room because that's all you needed, you know. But now, I mean, we're getting into, it's very seldom we're looking at anything under 2,800 square feet up to 9,000 square feet, you know, for homes.
Yeah.
Roof lines all over the place, different pitches, different, the foundations all over. It's just, and like I said, all of the homes that we build, we design, you know, but the people come to us with, you know, basically what I ask people when we're getting started is just look on the internet, show me some pictures, you know, because you'd be surprised if they can bring me 3 different pictures of homes. It's funny how you can pick up on their style, you know, just from that. Very seldom do you have, you know, 2 ends of the spectrum. Usually, you know, when they bring you a couple of pictures, you can pretty much tell what they want. Then ask them what they're looking for. Let's face it, everything is this open floor plan design.
Oh, right now?
Right now.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, as far as, like you're saying, wood products, we're doing mostly everything painted with hardwood floors. Hardwood floors are back. I mean, I can remember people, my grandparents having the hardwood floors and covering them over with carpet, you know, and now, you know, with a lot of hickory. We're hickory floors, white oak floors.
White oak has been very popular, as has been the hickory, and any floor covering is not cheap. Well, I don't care whether you're talking about carpeting or tile or the case of hardwood, but with the hardwood it separates itself a little bit in the values.
Oh, it's not just that. It's such an easy sell. It's like I tell people, when you put down a hardwood floor, and they're always worried about scratching or denting or whatever. And you know what? If you scratch or dent a hardwood floor, it's a character mark. You know, to be honest with you, it does add, you can throw a little scratch cover on it or whatever, but it adds a patina, a look to it, you know. And if you do that to a laminate floor, it's shot. Yeah. It's done. And so, you know, it's like I tell people, it's a one and done. You know, you get 10 years down the road and it starts to look a little bit, or have Sam the wood floor man come in and resand it,
Scuff
and
it up and
refinish
recoat it.
And it looks great. So.
You know, and that's a huge point. And people's taste changes along with being influenced by interior decorators and so forth. 7-10 years down the road, you want to take that light colored floor and all of a sudden you want something dark. Again, you call Sam, he comes in, sands it, he'll make it any color you want, and you still have a brand new hardwood floor and you're up and running again. You know.
And you know what, the thing is with these homes, and it's like I always give people the speech whenever they're in. We're sitting down, we're talking about numbers. I tell them, I said, what drives the cost of this job? It's you, Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner. It's what you want to put in that house. Yep. And that's where the big difference is. And then, you know, and another thing I always say too is, and Dad and I, and this does bother us sometimes, we've got a reputation of being high priced in East Liverpool. Okay, I mean, that's what they say, oh, you're high priced. And that is so far from the truth. I mean, our hourly wages are probably under what a lot of the market is around. It's just that we do high priced work. People see what we're capable of doing. They see your product and they want it, you know, and that's the difference. You know, that is the difference. And we don't feel, you know, there's companies out there that are mass producers of homes, and I don't knock that. I mean, they've got great curb appeal. They fill a niche that we don't care to fill, you know. And so what we do is we don't try to compete with that. We try to complement that. And I think that's where it's been nice. We don't have to build 20 homes a year. You know, we can get by with 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, it doesn't matter. But each one, I mean, it's ours, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of us.
Yeah, and with today's consumer, homeowner, they come to you and they have ideas, and there's so much available to people today via our cell phones, our iPads, the computer, and all the social media. They come to you and they might have a want list.
Right.
And to your point, well, we can do it for this, but your want list says it's going to be this. You know,
We try to give them the options. You know, it's like I said, it's not like we won't put down carpeting or, well, we don't do it, but it's not like we won't do that. It's just that if you're asking my opinion, this is where you should go.
yeah. How do you see the homeowners today when they come to you? Are they more educated than, say, a homeowner 20 years ago, as far as their ability to research product and things of that nature? I mean, it goes the whole way. It goes, you know, the smart homes. I mean,
Well, the smart homes anymore, we've kind of quit chasing that app, you know, in trying to make when I say smart home, I'm talking about technology-wise.
right.
Because I can remember back when we did the whole house alarm system, and you'd open up the door and garage door, you know. I mean, you know, the trouble is that a smart home today is pretty stupid 3 weeks from now, you know, because the technology is leaping.
It's evolving,
So we don't really, now, if people want that, yes, our electricians handle all of that and take care of it. But I try to steer people back, you know, because so much of everything is now Wi-Fi.
Well, that's it.
That's that. But you know, smart homes are also energy efficient homes. And yes, you know, everything that we do now is 2x6 walls and higher insulation and better windows, you know, when it comes to, but still I have to laugh. You make a 2x6 wall for insulation value, and then you fill the whole wall with windows and doors.
A little irony.
Yeah.
You know, but you bring up an interesting point as far as how the building materials have, a lot of them, not all of them. I mean, a 2x4 is still a 2x4, right? But some of the other building products, how they've changed and evolved over the years, some for the better, and then there's products we could throw out there that we could say, well, it was better back in the 70s or back in the 80s.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we see it with some products that we bring in. You can buy good plywood or you can buy junk plywood.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
You know, and you guys with your carpentry background and trimming and cabinet building and stuff, you guys know that. I mean, we sell a very high grade cabinet grade plywood versus down the road that they might be $10 or $12 a sheet less, but there's a reason.
But the thing is that whether you're using that cheaper grade of plywood or the better plywood, it's still the same amount of money to put it together.
Yeah.
So you're better off getting the good stuff right now and being done with it, you know, because it costs the same to cut it, shape it, fit it.
How many houses you got on the books right now?
Right now we're finishing, moving in this weekend. The other one we have, we're starting to trim, actually, waiting on the doors.
No.
For that. No. Yeah. Yeah, they're custom hickory
We'll have to
doors.
talk to Eric. It's probably laying up there on his desk. He hasn't typed it yet.
No, it's terrible. But no, we're doing that house, so we're going to start trimming it out this week, and we're drawing up 4 other ones right now. So, I mean, still to have the winter and trying to finish out a couple of homes, that's good.
That's
right
amazing.
now.
Well,
I'll tell you, it's great right now.
Oh.
We have no outside work right now.
Oh, no.
Everything we have is inside.
Yeah, that's you know, a lot of guys try and accomplish that. on
First
purpose.
time ever.
Yeah. It don't always work out that way.
No.
But that's what folks, I says, well, it's winter. Are you guys slowing down? I says, no. I says, everybody's inside trimming right now. This time of year. I mean, that's always been the case. But
Yeah, we've got a cool project going right now, commercial-wise, and it's a nice mix. It's the Masonic Temple in East Liverpool, and we're putting a 5-stop elevator in it. And what's cool about it is the two buildings. It's the old Godwin mansion, which was a pottery down there, and it was 1860, I think, right around there. And then there was addition put on the back in 1910. And so we're sending up this elevator shaft and feeding both portions out of this. But what's cool about it is, which I've got to get with Eric next week, is a lot of what we're doing inside, we're trying to restore back to the way it was. Yeah. So it's requiring, some oak, some just different species of woods, and some nicer doors that we're going to have you guys make up for us.
And that's and I know both of you guys have it, and I have it, and is an appreciation for the old woodwork.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Not only the woodwork itself, how it was manufactured, but the care that was given on the installation side of it. Mm-hmm. I remember my father, and in fact, I still have it, the old metal frame miter box with
I still have
the miter saw. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, you think how easy we have it now. I mean, that 10-inch slide compound, it's a dream. But that's why you guys had biceps like that. Because
But when you think, and this is really neat. We have relatives still in Italy, and the name of the little town is called Civital Alfedania, and that's where my great grandfather was from, and so Filippo would have been
cousin.
Yeah, but he would have been Pap's first cousin. But Filippo, who has passed away a few years ago, his daughter, we still visit them now, haven't for 2 years because of the COVID. But it was so cool because Mauro, her husband, has his own woodworking shop, full cabinet shop. And he has some of Filippo's old tools. And we were looking at some of your tools up here. Yeah. And, the files and everything. And so when we went to leave the last time we were there, I was in the shop, and I didn't notice. I notice it now that I see the picture, but there's one of the pieces is missing off of the wall, and he gave it to Dad as a memento of, that's cool. A day gone by and our relatives, and that was really cool. So we've got it in our shop, hanging up there with the picture.
And you talk about appreciation. We were talking about a miter saw, right? Imagine showing up on a job site in the morning, and the boss handing you a molding plane and telling you, I need 200 feet of a 5-inch crown molding.
That's the way it was.
There's a stack of rough lumber.
Yeah. And it wasn't just one. It wasn't one piece that did. You started with this, went to this, went to that. Yeah.
I'll see you.
And that's one of the subjects I wanted to touch on. How the tools and the resources have changed over the years, and at one time, being a carpenter, that was a tough job. Yeah. I mean, not that it's easy work today, but it's a heck of a lot easier than it used to be. Hand a guy a hammer and a 50-pound box of 16 common and say, here, we're building walls today. Where's the air compressor?
Yeah. Well, my first jobs working for him was nailing down the floors.
Yeah.
They'd get the plywood set into place, and I would spend all day long just pounding nails,
Striking lines.
striking lines and pounding nails. Yeah.
You didn't make him do all that hard work.
He got pretty good at it.
Yeah, I think so. I think he had a good teacher.
He'd go down in the basement and look up to see how many nails he missed his joist with.
Yeah, just a few years ago.
Oh shoot! That's fun. Looking back and you guys sharing stories like that. You guys have been coming here for a long, long time. You mentioned interaction with Dick Baird, one of the founding brothers, and my gosh, as long as I can remember, you guys have been coming in here. We thank you for your support and your loyalty to us, and it's amazing how relationships develop, and we've been blessed with customers like yourselves, and I know you guys have a very good relationship with one of the guys up front, in Eric Heiner, and it's easy doing business when there's no problems. There might be situations, but it's not a problem. It's going to get taken care of, right?
Yep.
Believe it or not, that's one of our mottos, which is never problems, only solutions.
Yeah.
And it's the truth, and there's no sense getting all worked up and, just sit back, relax, figure it out. But you guys, yeah. But
I've seen you excited a time or two.
Well, that's my nature. I'm Italian.
He's calm. He's calm all the time.
I can only imagine you were sharing in conversation earlier today. I would have paid to see you refereeing basketball games.
A lot of people did.
I think you found some enjoyment out of tossing fans out of the gymnasium.
No, not really.
Huh?
I just didn't have much use for loudmouth.
I think you got a certain amount of enjoyment out of it, though.
That was his stress reliever.
I enjoyed refereeing. I did a lot. Met a lot of nice people.
That's what it's about. Yeah. My gosh, life's too short.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Friends don't come around very often. And that's what we consider you guys. I mean, you're a business partner, but you're friends too, and we really enjoy that.
Why did you look at me and say life is short?
No, you're my hero, Joe. I can only hope to be as ornery as you.
Oh no, you don't want
get
that.
to that point.
You don't want that.
Oh shoot. Well, guys, really appreciate taking time to come up this afternoon and visit with us, and we appreciate you trusting in us to be one of your building suppliers, and we look forward to some more homes in 2022 and beyond. Continued success to you guys, and you be sure when you're out here picking up at will call, you better come up the steps and say hello to Eric and myself.
I always do, don't I?
Yep. And you always come with a story, and we appreciate that.
And you guys crank him up and then send him home to me. So I appreciate that too.
What do we tell you? Huh? What'd you tell Eric and I last week? They look for some place to send you just to get you off the job site these days.
That's what they do.
Hey, I think they were paying attention over the year or so, Joe.
I don't know.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Folks, continue to follow us. Track these guys down, DiLoreto Construction out in East Liverpool. And if nothing else, just have a conversation with them. You can tell they're both pretty nice guys, okay? Keep following us, BairdBrothers.com, Content Studio. Follow our social platforms, and we will see you next time. For all you folks listening, thanks for talking shop with Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. If you've enjoyed this episode and want to stay up to date with the American Hardwood Advisor Series, give us a like and subscribe. For more tips, projects, and inspiration, check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or at BairdBrothers.com. Until next time. Hey guys, Steve Stack here, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, back at Studio 3B. I have my buddy with me today, Paul Smiley Struharik from Master Plan Builders. How you doing, buddy?
Good, Steve.
Hey,
glad to be here.
I'm gonna pick your brain a little bit.
There's a slim pickings, but go ahead.
Okay. So you know, design trends right now. We're seeing a lot of it here. Anything from the contemporary still to the modern farmhouse to the rustic kind of farmhouse, right? Behind us here, this is one of the doors that we manufactured back here in our workshop studio. What are they looking at? Are they looking at some of the rustic stuff right now?
Yes, we are doing some of this. It's not as prevalent as our Craftsman look, I guess, right now, but the farmhouse look is becoming a popular look. And we do it, this is a little bit more of a rough sawn, but we do it out of some little refined materials like the white oak product. You know, you can achieve this, but get it in just a little bit more refined. And
that's a good way to put it, because the Craftsman look versus this is strict rustic. This is strictly rustic. This is a part of our antique collection with the saw curve and the band marks in it. We offer a flooring line like this also, but it's definitely to the edge of the rustic. I mean, it's full-blown rustic. To your point though, you might do a conventional Craftsman finish, the interior of a home. This might be a splash for, say, we'll take this door and use it as a barn door.
Barn door.
Right?
Pantry door, we do a lot of different looks in pantries now, where we do some of this even with an etched glass, or maybe a rain glass, something antique-y looking. Looks really nice, like the old days, and then this would really reminds me of.
Exactly.
And you did point out this with the saw curves, because that is something that you don't see a lot of, so people really have to like this rustic look. And if not, you can get into these panels, which are, traditional wood grain or traditional graining, but you don't go to the soft curves or the quarter sawn look to it, where you do with some of the oaks and some of the more, the rustic look. This is starting to creep up slowly.
Get a little bit of traction, get a little bit of traction. Folks, you heard it. Master Plan Builders, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. We'll take you where you want to go, whether it be the rustic, the Craftsman. We'll fill the needs, right?
You got it. Yes,
All
sir.
right, Smiley.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for joining me this morning.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey folks, Steve Stack, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. Back here at Studio 3B, I'm joined by our buddy, Paul Struharik, long-standing partner of Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. Today we're gonna talk about, real quick, design. And we see it becoming real popular, Smiley, in the Craftsman series, the Shaker series, and through finishes, you can tweak that. You can take it from a modern farmhouse to give it a little contemporary flair. Something I was taught long ago, and you've experienced it, the staircase, nucleus of the house, okay? All the stuff you introduce, whether it be painted doors, natural hardwood doors, it all generates or comes from the staircase. We're going back to the old box knoll. I mean, this was used eons ago,
Right. The shaker or Craftsman style, it's become real popular. I mean, this is our go-to post right now, and we team it up with something that's just a little more, fine lines as far as handrail goes, just a little cleaner lines. The colonial twisted, it's kind of ran its course, and people want cleaner lines. They want less clutter, So we see this. This is just a nice. It still gives you detail, but it doesn't give you all that ornate.
It's an accent, not a statement.
And you could blend. You can blend a lot of different products with this. So you can go to the.
Hey, I've been on job sites, and the iron is real popular right now, right?
Right.
So you have options. Natural finish on the knoll post, the handrail, the actual banister rail itself, or it can be painted. And then with your balusters, whether you do a wood baluster and really keep it in that shaker component, right? That Craftsman look, or whether you want to introduce a little bit of style and color in the iron line.
Yeah.
Whether it be something as straightforward as this half-inch square iron baluster.
Honestly, it's funny that we're talking about this because our last probably 4 staircases have been this look. This can get stained, medium to dark colors. It's popular, but we use a white oak that looks beautiful with a natural finish on it. We add black into it as a baluster look, and you get a little bit of both worlds because people are using black as an accent color a lot lately with furniture and different things. So it picks up the staircase, and again, if you stain these or keep them natural, you could always paint them years down the road when they wear, if they get some look to it. So, and I tell people all the time that when they're looking for a color on a baluster, you can only go black, but black is timeless. It never goes out. Where the oil rub bronze is going to leave us someday, but good old black never will.
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of options in stair components. We offer them here at Baird Brothers. You guys install them over at Master Plan Builders. Have fun with it, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
It can make a statement and still be functional.
I tell people, get on Baird Brothers' website and look for design work and send us a picture, and we'll do it. Because some of them we have done already anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Smiley, thanks for joining me today. Guys, keep following BairdBrothers.com. Visit our friends over at masterplan.com. And every day's a challenge, man.
Appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Okay. Brought to you direct from Studio 3B at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, the American Hardwood Advisor is your source for trends, tips, and insights into how the building industry has evolved. Join me, Steve Stack, along with guest builders and industry leaders as we talk shop and go in depth on what it takes to be the best of the best. Dive into topics like architecture, industry trends, project plans, historical tools, tricks of the trade, and life's lessons from more than 6 decades of experience in the hardwood lumber business. Hey, welcome everybody. Steve Stack, Baird Brothers Fine Hardwood, Studio 3B, and today I'd like to welcome Mr. Paul Struharik of Master Plan Builders, one of the principals, and we're going to talk a little bit about residential building, a little bit of light commercial, strong on the residential side, and we're going to go through the process. And I'm going to pick your brain, Paul, and talk about design trends, options, the process that you take your customers through, and even maybe jump into the financing of projects and so forth. But first and foremost, thanks for being here this morning, Paul.
Glad to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to converse with you from.
This is a little bit different for us in that we're at Studio 3B. Who would have thought 35 years ago we were looking at blueprints on the hood of a pickup truck, right?
Right. Yeah.
Now we're doing this, and Paul, that goes back. I remember pulling onto your job site, what you still call your home, and we were younger then.
That's right. We both had a lot of hair. I think back then, a lot more hair. But yeah, it's been. I said I was coming here when the showroom was about as size of the studio. I mean, honestly, 1983 we started a business, and you were the only salesman, maybe store manager, salesman, sales manager.
We were starting families.
Yeah,
We were starting families. I know my son's he's creeping up on 33, and yours.
Mine's 31 this August. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you know, so it was always fun. It was always fun, and that's Studio 3B is a reflection of fun. I know you went head first into the waters when your boys got into baseball, and my son was going through it, and we always had conversations about that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I did. We did a lot of traveling, and he ended up actually playing baseball in college, which was fun. And I wouldn't miss work for anything but baseball. That was I guess that was one of my big things, and I still do a lot of it today. But you know, you have to balance it with work, and it was a tough deal when we were going through it at the same time. I was doing a lot of coaching too.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
were,
We coached and had fun. And folks, if you're out at the Ball Diamonds, pay attention to the guy behind the plate with the mask on.
That's why I wear the mask, so no one knows who I am. Yeah, I still umpire local.
You umpire a ton.
I do, yeah. Yeah, I've been slowing down a little because I've got 2 grandkids that I might start coaching here lately. So I can't get away from coaching, you know. So I go to the sporting events, and I think I could coach better than that. So, but you know.
It's hard standing on the outside of the fence,
exactly,
right?
Yes,
right.
Yeah, it really is.
I experienced it. I know, you know. And when the kids got into high school ball, and you were on the outside of the fence, and you're thinking, what are they thinking?
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No. Actually, that's part of why I got into umpiring, because I used to give the umpire such a hard time. I thought, well, maybe it's time to give back. So now I let the fans and coaches yell at me. So
how fun's that, though?
If I ever do have you out on the field, come up and say hi to me, and I'll give your kid a ball instead of a strike, maybe. Yeah.
Oh shoot! So hey, you mentioned 1983. You and your brother, what were you thinking?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. My mother still asks me that question. She's 86, and she says, I went to college for 4 years at Baldwin Wallace and earned a business degree, and came home and went into the building business. And it was a whim. My brother, Bob, always did it. He loved it. He worked for a commercial roofing contractor, and we started remodeling and doing some little additions, here and there. And he said, let's start a business. And I was in tobacco sales at the time. And I didn't smoke tobacco. I didn't like tobacco, so I thought, well, why am I here? So that's kind of how we started. And we did. We did additions, and we spent more late nights. I missed more weddings and different events, and rehearsal dinners, because I was trying to finish up a remodel when I should have been at the wedding with my wife. And but when you're in somebody's house Friday at 9 o'clock, you want to finish. You don't want to come back Saturday morning. So we did a lot of that over the years. Till in our first couple of years, we built maybe 1 house, 2 houses, and it was 1983, 84. Interest rates were probably in the 18%, and yeah, I thought, well, I'm young, I could always go back to selling tobacco or selling something if it just didn't work out. And yeah.
Well, you know what, and you look back to 1983, 84, 85. And the investment of time that you and your brother put towards the business. And now here we are today, and I enjoy seeing it. We're doing conversation like this, and I know your company is very strong on the social side. And you guys spray it out there. I mean, whether it's projects that you have going on, past projects, upcoming projects, you guys are staying busy, no?
Yeah, we are. We've been really blessed, Steve, in the up markets, the down markets. I mean, we've weathered the storm, and as you know, me and Bob, we started in the field. We did everything. We did roofing. We did framing. We we learned it on the way up. You know, we insulated, we hung drywall in houses. I mean, we did things that I wouldn't recommend for anybody to do. But we did it, and you know, we had fun with it. But as we got older, you know, my son came into the business. Rob, my nephew, is you know, heads up our kind of blueprint drawing area, and my son does the design work. So it's really, and we've got a young guy, Adam, that does a lot of our IT stuff for us, and he's the guy that's out there with the presents. And the three young guys really keep us, you know, out in front of the public, I guess. And me and Bob are on site all the time. We love building, and we don't want to do the marketing. I don't want to do this stuff, but you talked me into it, so but that's okay.
And hey, buddy, you know, I have trouble calling you Paul because I've always known you as Smiley, right? Yeah. And it's changed, but you hit on something. I ran into your brother last week. He was walking out of the showroom. You know, you guys are still out beating the pavement. You know, you're running between job sites. You're meeting homeowners, your customers, and you're still out. You're running around picking up materials.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, there's nothing we like more than seeing our job sites. You know, because we know what's going on with them. We can see what stages they're in, if they're clean, how the material's being put together. You know, I love coming out here and seeing the guys in the shop. I mean, I still. You know, I was mentioning earlier, I harass them. You know, I say, you know, I've been here for a lot longer than any of them have. I think, you know, you're the only guy that's got seniority on me. You and maybe some of the office people. But,
right.
You know, but and I enjoy it. So I, you know, when I'm sitting in the office, I don't get, you know, interaction with the guys in the field. So we love it. That's what keeps us going, honestly.
You know, and the neat thing about it, because of our relationship. Baird Brothers, family owned, master plan builders, and like Baird Brothers, and you alluded to it a little bit, you're multi-generational now.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we are.
So there's you and Bobby,
right.
Your brother.
Yes. Zach, my oldest son, and then Rob, Bob's oldest son, and then Adam. Adam is one of our main guys there. But Rob's boys have been out, and they've helped us on job sites, you know, which is our third generation. And my youngest son was with us for a couple years, but he moved on to other avenues, you know. So, but yeah, and Bob's wife Patty was still involved, you know, right along with the design work and some of the color coordination, you know. And now Rob's new bride is involved also in the business. So we've kept it pretty much. Close-knit, you know, family, you know, wow. Really like you guys. I mean, and when I think back and look, you know, Steve, I think, and I didn't, you know, I haven't thought about this too long, but I think that Baird Brothers is probably the only company that we've started with in 83, 84 that we're still with. You know, lumber yards have changed names, painters, plumbers, everybody has come and gone along the way, you know, and but for 35, 37 years, we've been dealing with you guys locally, and we've always have. You know, we like the products, and we like what you have here to offer us.
And that, first off, thank you for that. That speaks volumes, and what we've seen, master plan builders and Baird Brothers. We've paralleled one another through the years as far as growth and bringing, in Baird Brothers' case, second generation, third generation now, and it didn't happen overnight. It's taken time. It's taken a lot of hard work. I mean, I've been fortunate in meeting you on job sites, your brother Bob on job sites over the years, and it's been a fun ride. It really has been a fun ride. You put tireless hours in still today because you are so hands-on your projects, right?
Yeah, we do. We like you were mentioning, I was in Florida, for a week over the holidays, and I had more phone calls and interaction with you and with other people that have called, because it's hard to turn it off. It's hard to, something you've been working on for 3, 4, 5 months or for 35 years. You just can't stop that, and you want to answer the questions that need answered. You want to get back to people. Yeah, it's part of our life. So it's hard to. Everybody says, you need to get away from that, and I said, well, it's almost impossible sometimes, because it's inbred in us, and we love being a part of it.
Your product is not a cookie cutter product per se.
True.
It's each, and I have been blessed to have been involved in some fantastic products. Some of my coworkers, Derek Donatelli, you've worked for years with Derek, and we had a project a few years back just around the corner here in Covington, right?
Right.
And the product or the project I'm referring to, was that the biggest project you guys have undertaken?
Yes, that was about a 3.5-year project for us, and that was one residence. I mean, it was. I look at the pictures now that you guys still have on your website. We have videos of them, and the project was. It was so much fun. It was because we got to interact and design and go through various stages with them, and there was 5 floors of different product. We used a lot of Brazilian cherry, solid cherry doors. I mean, it was really interesting. It was our biggest project and our longest project, but it really was kind of a nice feather in our cap when we were done, because it's probably, I think, interior-wise, one of the nicest homes in the area. It has to be.
That's that, and we're referencing the Takovich project. We supplied material to that project, and you guys and your team of fantastic craftsmen, we did things in that house that we've never done before.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we did. We did a lot of prototypes to get. We used to supply, some people that you worked with molding companies that had not been around. We had to pull in with architects.
We had one of our partners, White River.
Right. Yeah,
right.
Right.
You used a lot of White River product in that project, along with Baird product. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you came up with, and your homeowner, Tony and Patty, right?
Correct. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
They came up with an idea as far as a casing and baseboard, and we ran that specifically for that project.
That's correct. Right. We made our own. You guys made nice for us. We did, because we wanted something a little bit different, and they ended up putting them. I think Tony has them hanging in his man cave.
How big was that project?
That project was about 30,000 square feet under roof. It was
between the primary residence and the guest quarters and the garage and so forth.
It has a tunnel to the theater area, and they have bowling lanes, and it's had a diner. They did a real neat diner. I mean, everything was just you just can't embellish on what they did, because it was so unique. So much attention to detail there, I guess.
And I have to ask, and I don't believe we've ever talked about it. How did they come to find Master Plan?
Well, actually, we had built them a house in the neighborhood earlier. We were the developer of Covington Creek, and so we built them their first house. And because of the relationship we had and the quality, and they wanted to upscale a little bit, and so we moved down the street, actually, is what it was, and started negotiating for lots, and they put that on. Actually, the house sits on about 5 acres. There's 3 lots there that we had to combine to put it on. But I sat down with Tony. I could remember the day like it was yesterday. We started talking, and the house had changed from, we probably started with 10,000 square foot to 30, I think, because we added so many rooms to it and so many floors as we were building, that was the kind of the fun of it, and the intrigue is that Tony and Patty were open to letting us, have some freehand and design work. So it really, every day they'd come down, and I think for 3.5 years, I don't think they left town. I think we camped out there, and they came down, and we would add things, and it really, like I said, with all the neat detail to the products you guys offered, and we made special doors. I think the doors were one of a kind that we had never used before, and I'm not sure if they were made before or not, but
We and you bring it up, the products in that. What were some of, you mentioned the doors, and if I recall, there was a boatload of Brazilian cherry flooring.
correct, yes.
Right.
Almost the entire house was
The custom casing and baseboards.
They were all solid cherry. It was a 5.5-inch profile that we had detailed with that knife, and I think a 9.5-inch cherry
baseboard
that we had done. Yes, yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, we actually produced a custom crown mold, a couple different custom crown moldings for that project.
Right, we did, yeah. The office, Patty's office had about an 8-layer crown mold in it with a coffered ceiling when we were done. It was all cherry. I think the whole entire house was cherry. I don't remember. Yeah, there was one bedroom I think we had painted, the girls' her granddaughter's bedroom, but other than that, the whole house was stained cherry.
That project was, and you referred to it as a nice feather in you guys' hat. It was a heck of a feather in you guys' hat, and you got it done. But take me through your product range. That's not the only house style that you build.
No, right.
Take me through your styles, square footages, some of your projects. You mentioned you guys developed Covington Creek, right? And there's other developments with your names on them. Take me through that.
Sure. So we started. Our very first one was where I still live. I've been there for 28, 29 years, I guess. That's what we were talking about, building our same houses together at the time. The Heathers over in Boardman Canfield area.
Yep.
That was, so we were real green at the time when me and Bob went in there and started cutting down trees and working roadways.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. And you just threw me back. I remember asking you when you were building your home, I said, Smiley, what are you thinking? You're building your house in your subdivision, and you're building all the homes on the street. You're never going to get away from your problems.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, everybody asked me that question, and at that point I thought, yeah, maybe I should sell it, but no, I thought, what, we stand behind our product and we believe in it so much that if I can't drive past you as my customer, then I shouldn't be building your house. I mean, honestly, and that's the way we believe today. I mean, we're not afraid of customers. I mean, we joke that I don't want to get stopped by them daily on my way home when I'm late for a 5 o'clock baseball game. But no, and I still live there, and there's a lot of us that are originals, and we laugh about that. Maybe half of the development might be, but because it's a nice neighborhood, we try to build neighborhoods, in quality.
Yep.
And we believe that when you drive through one of our neighborhoods or developments, you can notice the difference between somebody that is selling lots or that doesn't have a lot of building experience, because it's, I mean, you don't have to be an expert to see that, but you can drive through and notice there's a little bit of difference. We take pride in a lot of things we do.
There's the word I was looking for. It's not your project. It represents you and Bobby and the second generation
right.
now and everybody involved, and you take pride in that. And you living in that subdivision for that number of years, if master plan builders weren't master plan builders, that could have been a miserable experience.
Yeah, for the rest of my life, right? Yeah,
Right?
Yeah. Well, and the other side to that, Steve, is that it's funny, but when we when we build in different neighborhoods, and we compete, next to each other, and we look at different things, and we say, you know what, we've had to take our foot off the gas at times because we want to go. And there's been a point where we were going too fast. We couldn't, we just could not keep up the quality that we wanted to. So we actually backed off, and we have to say no sometimes. No one wants to say no to a $500,000 contract, but you do sometimes because you don't have the manpower to put the best quality out there that that people are expecting of us. But we started the Heathers. We were doing a lot of different areas. Park Harbor was another one. Right now, and we've diversified quite a bit. Right now, we've gone down into Columbiana County quite a bit. The city there they have a CRA, Community Reinvestment Act. It's really spurred on a lot of building, and a lot of our developments have taken us that way. We built Old Saybrook, which is a multi-unit. We have some carriage homes, some rental units. We have custom homes there too, and Back Bay at Arrowhead, we did a lot of work there. We've just recently bought the old lakefront golf course, and it's about a 54-acre development that we're going to get started on there.
What type of project is that going to be? Single family?
Yes, it's going to be. Well, we've got some commercial property on the borders because it borders 164 and Route 46. But so we're going to do some commercial, maybe some retail on the exterior, and then we're gonna nestle homes on the interior with some nice green space. We're going to do a lot of green space area there. We hope to.
That's and you mentioned the town of Columbiana. They've really been proactive in forward thinking,
Right.
incentives to get people to come down to Columbia, and it's a beautiful village.
It is right, and they really have been proactive. They've with the council there and the city administrator Lance have really worked well with us, and we have a good relationship with them, and they want to see growth. I mean, they want to keep it quaint and the nicest city in America, but they but they do want it to grow. Because it's the best. It's a good secret. I mean, it really is with the Homestead and Firestone Farms on the other end of town, and our developments on the the western side. There's a lot to offer right now, and so we've been real busy there, and it's been good for us. But from product range, again, we go from probably $250,000, $300,000 carriage homes or standalone villas. We have some duplexes, and then we go with the homes in Old Saybrook are ranging right now are between $400,000 to probably close to $800,000-900,000. I mean, so there's a range there for everybody.
So in that range, you and I know for a fact, and you use the whole scope of our products, of Baird Brothers products. We can go from the Masonite style doors, hollow core, solid core, on through with the more economical casing and baseboards, and then in the case of like a Takovich project, you just blew the doors off.
Right.
But you use baseline entry product and then the extreme product.
We do, correct, yeah. We do, and then we do some exterior stuff with the cedar. We use a lot of cedar product, and then as you get into, talking about trends too, because we don't discuss that very much, but the trends now, with the Craftsman look, there's a lot of cedar accessories we're doing with columns and beams, and a lot of the solid product we've been ordering are 8x8 columns and and 2x12 headers and porch roofs, and it really does a nice accent job. It's expensive, and that's when that price category starts creeping up. But you can't replace the look of that cedar entranceway or cedar columns, that type of thing. That's where you're kind of a one-stop shop for us as far as the wood product.
And greatly appreciated. But you're talking about, you were talking about the exterior entryway, and that's one thing about you guys. There's curb appeal, and a lot of people live on that curb appeal. And you go inside, and it's plain Jane. You guys don't stop on the outside. You take our products inside.
No, you're right. I've we've all been to those developments that the houses look like $1 million on the outside, and then they look like $100 on the inside. Exactly, and we don't. We give the people what they want, but sometimes we'll give them more, and try to nudge them that way, because a solid door obviously is a little bit nicer than a hollow core door. It's a little better for sound and for wear and tear and that type of thing. And in casings, I mean, there's, and I can say this to this day right now, because we have never used a product that wasn't solid wood. I mean, and I'm talking about poplars and oaks, and there's product that's out there that's solid wood that's not solid wood. I'm trying to allude to, and I had somebody one time build a house, and they told me, they said, the builder told me I was getting solid wood, but the corners keep chipping off. Well, because it was MDF, and it's a wood product, but it's not, it's not like a poplar. So we to this day have never used an MDF product for interior trim, and we won't. I mean, just because we believe that if you're going to build a house with us, then we're going to give you good quality material that should last. Last for your home.
That's it, and that's, I mean, relating it to the construction industry, just like building a house, you start with a foundation, and you guys build on a strong foundation, and from top to bottom, whether it be the siding material, whether it be the interior doors from Baird Brothers, the roofing materials, you've been doing it, you've got the experience, and and you kind of led into it, that having conversation with a customer, just we've met on job sites countless times.
Oh yeah.
And you would ask myself or Derek Donatelli or Dick Ferguson, on other sales reps from Baird Brothers over the years, and they would make a suggestion. Maybe this would work better for your application. And you guys were always open to that, because, that's going to give us a nicer end product in the form of a home, right?
Right.
So forget the past 33 years, 35 years, whatever it's been. Moving forward into 2022, the world's changed, but people still need homes, they need housing. Do you see any trends coming forward in 2022? Design trends, square footage? Do we need the 3,500 square foot home? Or can we get by with a 2,500 square foot home? What are your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. We've come a long way from 38 years ago. We were talking about, even like with cell phones and whatnot, that we didn't have them when we started, or they rang a horn in our truck, we'd have to run down and answer. So some days I want to go back to that. I get more exercise, But no, we see a lot of the Craftsman type feel and look is really coming through right now. Darker windows, blacks and grays and different colors you didn't have before. When we started, there was a white window. Honestly,
right,
I believe.
right.
Then there was sand tone, and Anderson had 3 colors. Now there might be 10 or 12. But the dark windows, with the lighter exteriors, the whites are real popular. It seems like right now. And the square footage is a good point, because in the day we were at 3,000, 32. That was just standard. When you drive around Boardman Canfield, you see a lot of those homes. But now, like even in Old Saybrook, we're in a niche. A lot of ranch homes, because our clientele is maybe moving on a little bit. They're empty nesting maybe. But the 2 stories are they want to put more quality into them, and staying in a 22, 24, 2,500 square foot 2-story. You know, because you can get a lot of nice house for that and still not overprice yourself, you know, and still put in granite countertops and solid wood cabinets and interior trims. And that's the things we talk about with people. We'd much rather, you know, don't over your budget yourself where you're gonna have to start skimping on items or allowances that people, you know, aren't. I always tell people that, you know, I don't give you a price to start your home, I give you a price to finish your home. So there's a big difference, you know. Some builders out there, when you know, your second mortgage before you're finished, you know, because somebody missed their homework on the way through the process, you know. So you know, going through the process too, I guess is another thing we do with customers, you know, one-on-one.
So on the interior, you mentioned the Craftsman design, and I know Master Plan has done homes from strict contemporary interiors to the ultimate traditional interiors. What do you see yourself doing? Are you using natural wood products, stained and varnished, or do you see the paint trend catching up?
We're seeing a little bit of both. For the paint trend, I think is still a little bit faster growing market right now. We're doing a lot of painted interiors. But some of the highlight areas, the built-in cabinetry, the staircases are going with the stained product. So you know, like a kind of a mix, so you don't get all stained. And the white oak is real popular. And I wish I would have bought stock in white oak, you know, a couple years back.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, because one of our other partners that we greatly appreciate, in the form of This Old House, we've completed 9 projects with them to date over the last 3.5, 4 years, and every project where we've supplied hardwood flooring to, it's been white oak. Whether it was quarter sawn white oak or plain sawn white oak, we've used it, and we've just, here at Baird Brothers, we've seen the demand for white oak just go through the roof. I mean, and it's a fantastic hardwood floor. It really is. What are you seeing as far as floor coverings? People are leaning towards that hardwood floor?
Yes, they are. We're not seeing a lot of carpet. We're seeing a lot of hardwood floors. We're seeing a lot of the LVT floors that are you know, simulate a hardwood when you can't afford the natural hardwood, or don't want the maintenance of it, because it's a little bit more maintenance. But we do a lot of staircases in the white oak or the poplar with a stain to pick up, you know, some accents along the way. But yeah, the hardwood is really, and white oak's probably our biggest one, but you know, the traditional oak is still out there, and then we use a lot of, like I was saying, poplar on the staircases too, if it's a little bit more economical.
And I'll call myself old before I say it. Looking back, and you remember, it's a cycle, and whether it's driven by the cabinet industry that has a large influence, or the designers, the interior designers. You and I can remember back when the blonde maple was it, the white maple, everything.
Yeah, no, right. We put cabinets in the house and thought a couple times, you know,
yeah.
How long till this loses its appeal, I guess, right?
Exactly. You know, now, as far as kitchens, and we don't dive into kitchen cabinetry, but I mean, we offer custom cabinet doors and et cetera, you know, and all the components to build those. But you're seeing a neat trend, and I've been in some of your homes where I know you guys have used it. The mix of the natural hardwood cabinetry, and then maybe the center island or an accessory cabinet is painted.
Right. That's real popular right now too. Yeah, we're doing a lot, and it's a nice look, because again, you can introduce different product with, you know, with the all white painted trim or off white type of trim. But it's a nice look. But you're right. I remember when we were talking naturals, the natural maple was really big back in the day. Remember?
Oh yeah.
And I don't remember the last time we used a maple as a trim. You know, It's just not. It's not there right now.
Oh, well, that, and then, you know, we went from that stage, and then we went into the red oak. I mean, red oak is, it's the core American hardwood, whether it be doors, flooring, moldings, and we went through that, and now it just seems like people, builders, homeowners, have expanded their horizon in that, no, let's do this, let's do that, and I've witnessed it, and they're, through the natural hardwood products, it's like a blank canvas.
Right. Yeah.
You can create and do whatever you want inside of your home, and it doesn't have to be mono. It, you know,
No,
it's
right.
it's mix and match, and give each room their own identity.
Correct. You're right. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. We've done more mix and matching last year, this year, and you know, than we have ever probably, with cabinetry and stained and painted products. So it really it's you hit it on the head, I think, when you said, you know, give each room its own identity, because that's what people are creating. You know, more custom rooms as opposed to a custom house, you know, to go with it, kind of.
So I know from my office view up front in the offices that I look out over the parking lot, and I see master plans vehicles in and out of here quite often, thankfully, and you've experienced the last 2 years the same way we have experienced the last 2 years in our pandemic situation. You guys had to shift gears too and adjust and try and keep your jobs on time. And how did you guys fight your way through that?
That's why you see my trucks here so often. You know, usually I get it delivered at one time, and you know, but it's been tough. I just was telling a guy the other day. I said, you know, we have to shift gears. We work on this house till we run out of material or till something doesn't come in. You know, then we're on another project. Just because, yeah, we're waiting for, you know, garage doors, appliances, flooring products. You know, we started some leased units down in the back bay, and we've had to switch floors probably 3 or 4 times since we started them because of time lags and you know,
yeah.
and shipping and supply chain issues, you know. So it's been, me and Bob both said it's been our 2 toughest years as far as juggling. And I feel like a clown sometimes. I mean, you know, I need to pick up some bowling pins and juggle them because
Project management.
Yeah, that's all we do. We spend a lot of time on moving subs, and we have our own employees, which is different from a lot of contractors. You know, we have our own trim carpenters and our framers. So it's nice we have multiple projects going where we can move them and shift them when product doesn't show up.
Hold on to them.
That's why my vans are here all the time when I'm looking. You know, when I have to move and start a job I wasn't planning on. You know, so but no, it's been tough, and hopefully, you know, I don't know about. I'm not a supply chain, you know, guru, but boy, I hope something gets figured out where, you know, this next coming year, and that's I honestly, and this is just not because I'm doing this interview right now, but the one consistent has been Baird Brothers, because you guys do a lot of your stuff locally here, maybe all of it. You know, I'm not waiting for your stuff to come in from California like I will with appliances or whatnot. So
and you know, we found ourselves. We've been very fortunate. We've been blessed in the sense that our natural resource in our hardwood lumber, the supply chain, as you referenced, it's local, whether it be Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Indiana, down into West Virginia. That's, you know, we've been able to maintain that. Demand has increased. We mentioned the white oak. The white oak, you know, of our product line, the white oak, we've seen the price escalate, but not nearly like the framing. You know, we might be talking 30, 35%. The framing lumber, what it do to you?
It went over 100% at times.
You know, and we've been fortunate that way, and just like you guys, we retain a fantastic workforce in our guys. They've stuck with Baird Brothers through the tough times 2 years ago in March and April, and that's who Bairds are.
Right. Yeah. I can't say enough about our guys, because they're loyal, they're true to us, and they're local. Everybody we use, like you guys, and using you, we're local guys where we can, we see what's going on and we can help out, a family if we need to, that's in need, or, and the other thing about us as far as having our own subcontractors and employees is that when we have a situation where we need to get somebody in because they sold their house, or there's something came up and they need to move, we can move on a little bit faster sometimes because we're able to move employees around a little bit. So our employees have been a big blessing to us. They really have.
So going back to master plan and the building process, just like coming to Baird Brothers, you can take somebody. We have folks come in, and you and I have experienced and done it. Scratch a door design down on a napkin and bring it in, and we'll run it through our engineering and come up with drawings and this and that, and take it through production. You guys, from the time they walk in to you guys' storefront, it's the same scenario. You have prospective homeowners coming in, and they'll give you the menu. I like this, I like that, I like this, I like that. Can you accomplish it? And take me through that process real quick.
Oh, sure. So we get the variety. I mean, we get from A to Z. You know how that works. But I tell people too that there's if you're out looking for property, a lot of people come to us and say, "Well, I just bought this lot," and I'll take a look at it, or we'll pull it up on a GIS or whatnot. And I said, "Man, if you would have called me before you bought this lot, maybe you could have did something different." Because sometimes property is deceiving. There could be high tension wires or underground transmission easements. You can't do septic, because some people will buy out in the country. You can't get septic approval on that lot because there's so now they're in a real pickle. So I always say if you're thinking about buying property or a lot, maybe call us first and see if we can find anything out on it, because most of it's public knowledge. You know that.
Right.
So, and then we usually sit down with them and fill their needs out. And Rob is our architect design guy inside. He's real good as far as setting up the meetings and trying to clarify budgets, size, what are the hot buttons, because everybody has a hot button, so it either it's master bedroom space or closets or basements or what have you, and then so we try to get that preliminary design going before we start pricing, and as we're putting it all together with the preliminary design and the blueprint, then we can get a feel for where they're going to end up price wise,
Right.
And I tell people a lot of times when they call us cold and they come in and and they say, well, I'm looking at 5 different builders. Well, then we're probably not the builder for you, because it's hard. I mean, we want to be the best builder. I don't want to be the cheapest builder. And I tell people that all the time. I'm going to build you the best home. I can guarantee you that. I don't know if I'll be the cheapest. No one's ever called me cheap.
No. And we try and maintain that same philosophy. We put out what I feel and is some of the best hardwood products across this country. We're not the cheapest. We're very competitive, but we're not selling price.
Right.
We're selling quality, just like master plan builders.
And that's exactly right. And so, but as we're putting that blueprint together, it really helps, because then I have Zach in the design center, and I'll have him look at the kitchen plan we're looking at and say, what do you think? What kind of budget do we need here? And he does our flooring selections and ceramics and all that stuff too. So he can look at that and give me budgets that are attainable.
Yep.
You know, when you go in cold to the Home Depot, and nothing against them, I don't know if I should say that, but anyway, but when you go to some of these retail places, you know, you don't get the same quality and the same pricing that we're going to give you, because we're buying as distributors. You know, we're buying our kitchen cabinets as distributors, and we install our own products, so we know what it takes to get things done. You know, so we'll give you allowances that are attainable also. You know, and then we try to put all that package together. And then you know usually we'll go to the bank after that, you know, as far as financing, if somebody is financing, you know. So, but
It's a process. It's a process, and like our guys, whether they be our field sales guys, our outside reps, whether they be the guys on the phone, the guys at the counter, especially at the counter, we still like to think that when you walk in the door, we can take you by the hand, go out to the trim building, right? And you've experienced it tens of thousands of times, and we're paying attention to your needs, and together we can achieve that. You know, cabinetry, you mentioned cabinetry, interior doors. You know the range of interior doors. We have entry-level doors, or we have creme de la creme.
right.
And we can accommodate that range like you folks. Looking back over the years, we've had individually we've had fantastic careers. Together we've shared a fantastic relationship. Anything pop out in your head? You know, a project, a builder supplier relationship. What stands out? And you mentioned it a little bit earlier. You've been coming through these doors for forever, all of our careers, right?
Right. Yeah.
Thinking back.
You know, it's funny. As you're saying that, I'm laughing because, you know, after so many years, you don't. Sometimes, some days you don't have a lot of fun. Let's put it that way, right? You know, because I'm old and worry, and you know, I'm bald now. No, but no, you know, so you think, you know, you look for some of the fun things to do, you know, and it's so funny when I come flying up the steps to your showroom, again, because you know the upstairs is off limits. So I'm not supposed to be up there, you know. And people that haven't been here a long time look at me like, "Who the heck are you?" You know. And then I come in and I can catch, you know, Scott and you know, and Tim and you and Derek, you know, and Matt, and right. All at one shot, you know. And so I could, you know, I could BS with Michael, you know, BS with all you guys at one time, and it's fun. It takes me back those 35 years ago when it was just me and you know. Oh. So now there's more, you know. But I mean, and I don't get to see that. You don't get that camaraderie anywhere else for a lot of things, because I haven't been here so long, and we've had so much fun over the years. You know, just passing through. You know, whatever it may be. You know, even Jerry Paul.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he's a relic.
You guys dealt with Jerry in his previous life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he's still here. I mean, you know, it might be 1 day or 2 days a week, but so it's fun to see those. I mean, I used to send them invitations to my kids' graduation parties. You know, so that's how the relationships have gone. You know, and that's the thing. Even with my subcontractors now, we still get invited back and forth to different things, because a lot of them I've been with for a long time, you know. Right. And it you know, it's just that you guys have been the one constant over the years for so long that I've had a great relationship with and have fun, you know, interacting with it. I guess I should say. So yeah.
You know, and we've been fortunate in that that this relationship has been nurtured, developed, and it's transformed into something very special over the last 30 plus years. We greatly appreciate it here at Baird Brothers. You guys have been a steadfast customer of ours, and more importantly, we love seeing you come up those stairs because You're our bud. You're Smiley, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And we really do appreciate it for what you guys, how you've supported us over the years, and we don't have problems. We have a challenge.
Right.
Something comes up. Okay, how can we get through it? How can we fix it? And it's always been that way, and it will continue to be that way. So I have to thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule, stopping into Studio 3B today, and spending some time and chewing the fat and sharing some stories. Continued success to you guys over at Master Plans, you and Bobby and the family. Other than that, I'm thinking, guys, if you want to learn more about Master Plan Builders, go to masterplan.com. Visit their social. They do a fantastic job on their social side, and continue to follow Baird Brothers. We've got more exciting stuff coming up. We're going to talk to some of your buddies, some other builders from the valley here, and it's going to be fun.
Just remember, people always say, "Well, I talked to your competitor." I said, "I don't have any competition." I said, "They want to be my competition, but they really are." So anyway, I'll leave you with that.
That's a statement there, friend. That's a statement there. Well, hey guys, pay attention. Follow Baird Brothers, BairdBrothers.com, Content Studio, right off of our homepage now, and see what we're up to. So until next time, we'll see you later. For all you folks listening, thanks for talking shop with Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. If you've enjoyed this episode and want to stay up to date with the American Hardwood Advisor Series, give us a like and subscribe. For more tips, projects, and inspiration, check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or at BairdBrothers.com. Until next time. Brought to you direct from Studio 3B at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, the American Hardwood Advisor is your source for trends, tips, and insights into how the building industry has evolved. Join me, Steve Stack, along with guest builders and industry leaders as we talk shop and go in depth on what it takes to be the best of the best. Dive into topics like architecture, industry trends, project plans, historical tools, tricks of the trade, and life's lessons from more than 6 decades of experience in the hardwood lumber business. Hi everyone, we're back here again today with our friend John Ulicney, the Craftsman, who really brought Studio 3B to life here at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods in Canfield, Ohio. Today we're going to talk about some flooring that we've used on the project, and probably some other species also. And you completed this flooring install here, John, and right now below our feet is this beautiful antique oak floor. I believe we used a 5 and 6 inch combination pattern on this one, and it really turned out nice. So, John, again, thanks for being here. Everything's been well?
Everything's well.
Good. Family's good.
Family's good.
Those new grandkids are good.
They're really good, yeah.
Wonderful. So part of the studio workshop area that we're in, the studio revolves around this stage that you created, and so we're using it for our podcasts and interviews. It's going to become, and it already has become, a huge asset to the company. Inviting folks in like yourself and your expertise, and whether we're talking shop or we're talking to the DIY or the folks at home that want a weekend project, we're going to have those discussions here. So you've created a real nice little corner that's going to help a lot of folks out.
Okay.
All right.
I hope so.
We didn't know that when we were doing it, did we? So we've got this flooring on the stage area here, and we thought it'd be a good idea to pull some of the antique oak element out of it. And at the far end of the workshop, we created that beautiful flat panel, square sticking antique oak door that complements each other and kind of pulls the rooms together. you installed that unit. That was a heavy bugger, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
That was good. That was good. But going back to the flooring, had you used this product, the antique oak, prior to using it on the stage here?
Yes, yeah. I have used it probably several times. I think when it first came out, I wasn't sure about it. But when you see the whole floor down, you say, this is great. It looks.
You know, and I've described it numerous times to family, friends, you know, prospects, possible customers. In your words, describe the floor for me. What characteristics does it have?
I feel like I'm walking into an older building. I work in a lot of older houses in town here. I have one, for example, has the original floors from the 1860s in it, and this makes me feel like I'm walking in that house. And
so, it works to my taste and my personality, and I know you dabble in the antiques and you like some antiques, and I am the same. But it has, through the characteristics, we've got some saw kerf left in it. We have some band marks left in it.
Right.
And we have the hit and skip planing or milling in the case of the flooring. We have some of the knots, and you know, I'm looking down and I'm seeing pieces that were sawn near or close to the Y or the crotch of a tree, so you get that dense grain,
Right.
and that purling effect, you know. So you've got grain variation, you've got texture variation, you have color variation, and we just clear coated this.
correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So you've got the different patinas of all those elements that we mentioned. You know, the saw kerf versus the plain smooth surface. Opposite ends of the spectrum as far as the colors it generates when you apply a finish to it. It really turned out to be a very interesting floor.
I love it. I think it's absolutely great. And
Durability?
durability, you have the oak durability, you have the stability of oak with it. It's all there. And then you have this interesting colors and design in it. It's just enjoyable for me to put it down.
It really has turned out to be a nice floor. And you know, we have contractors that use our floor, and we have homeowners, DIYers that buy from Baird's. And so a big part of Studio 3B is it's going to be to give people ideas and maybe to help educate them. And before I go there, and I felt like I was just trying to sell you antique oak floor.
Yeah.
But I know if you've got a first love, and we've talked about it previously, you really enjoy the quarter sawn white oak or the quarter sawn red oak. Tell me a little bit about that. What makes it different from a plain sawn white oak or a plain sawn red?
For me, first of all, when I'm finished, I look across, it has such a flat look. It's stable. The expansion on the quarter sawn is different than what this floor would be, because this floor expands across the width where the quarter sawn expands across the length. And I just like the quarter sawn. It's just a personal preference. And we put floors in houses locally here. And then we had one customer that's always said, well, give me a suggestion. I said, why don't you try quarter sawn? And they put it in, and next thing we know, we ripped all the flooring out of the rest of the house, which was all hickory and whatever. And we ended up putting the red oak quarter sawn flooring because they just loved it so much.
And for the folks at home, the difference between the quarter sawn and the flat sawn or plain sawn, as it's referred to, is it's how the sawyer, the gentleman running the sawmill, how he addresses the log, and how he cuts in a quarter. If you imagine the end of a log and quarter it like a pie,
Right.
you expose the growth lines at a different angle to the surface of the board, correct?
Correct. So
And-
you have straight grains.
Okay, and in doing that, you expose I believe it's called the medicular raise, and that throws something that is called fleck.
Right.
And so you're looking at the same piece of white oak or red oak and some of the other species, but because our eye is looking at the growth ring of that log at a different angle, it's a completely different appearance.
Right. It just comes right up.
That's a good way to say it, John. It welcomes you.
Right. And a lot of furniture was made out of quarter saw and oak, and there is, you know, it's just a different way, but it's a beautiful way of sawing it and making it look different. So when you have these oak floors, there's just so many ways to have it.
Yeah.
And you guys provide that at Baird Brothers too.
Yeah, we like selling hardwood flooring and the all of the oak family, along with you know, the cherry and the walnut and you know, we try and educate folks up front. Let's leave common sense come into play. Are we putting it in a family room, high traffic area, kitchen, high traffic area? Are we going to put it in the formal dining room? Or are we going to put it in our private library or home office? We use a resource called the Jenka table, right? Measures the face density of whatever wood species we're talking about. It's a good guideline.
Right.
But tried and true, being here in Northeast Ohio, you've been in them, I've been in them. They knew back in the 1950s that red oak and white oak was a good hardwood floor.
Good hardwood floor.
And they're still in homes today, you know.
That's what I have in my house. Is I have red oak and white oak in my house.
And I don't know, we weren't going to talk about it today, but that goes back to something we need to try to educate our customers, a generation, and it's a word we use around here a lot, and it's value.
Right.
So we're talking about homes that the floor was installed back in the 1950s. It could have been covered in carpet the last 60 years.
Right.
Pull that carpeting up, either take the project on yourself or hire a professional floor refinisher, have him come in, and you have brand new red oak or white oak floors.
And it'll be there for years.
Right. So that initial homeowner got 60, 70 years of value.
Right.
And the new homeowners, they're right up to speed with today's trends and colors and everything about it.
Right.
So it's safe to say hardwood flooring has value.
It has value. It's probably one of the most popular jobs that in the last few years that we do. I mean, everybody wants to change the floors and install the hardwood. It's healthier for you. There's so many good aspects about putting a hardwood floor in.
Very, very true, very true. And you mentioned that you've been installing a lot of hardwood floor. We're not going to write down and tell folks step by step today, but I know a veteran craftsman like yourself, you've got some tricks. And you know, some of them are very basic, some of them are more actually scientific. But tell us, you go into a home, tell us your mindset and your approach.
To doing the job?
To looking at the job from somebody invites them into your home or into their home and say, John, come out and give me a price. You go to the house. I know there's certain things you look for.
Right.
Okay. Moisture being one.
Right.
Right.
Key things, first of all, what room is it in? That's the start. That's real important. When you're putting a hardwood floor, people want to put their hardwood floors in bathrooms and kitchens, and you can do it, you just have to be a little more careful about it, that's all. Making sure that you're not going to be, if wet water gets down there, that you'll be able to repair it if something would happen. And that's the other thing though, you can repair any of the floors. You need to know that.
And I'm going to interject something right there. Correct product for correct
situation,
right? And that's as simple as common sense. we still have folks that request pine flooring, with the realization that pine is softer,
Right.
and it's going to nick and get marked up, but that's what they're shooting for, is that distressed look. That doesn't bother them. If you want that formal, clean look, we're going to steer you to your favorite, the quarter sawn white.
Right.
You're not going to beat the face density on it.
Right.
It is very favorable as far as expansion and contraction, right?
Right.
So there's a lot of information to be weighed out in choosing the right hardwood flooring product for your home.
Right.
So with that, I mentioned moisture.
Yeah.
That is for the health of the inside environment within our homes. It's just not about our hardwood floor. It's about all the products in our home.
Right.
So we want to control that through humidification, dehumidification,
Right.
air conditioning, 2 different products, 2 different purposes: dehumidifiers, air conditioners.
Right.
One conditions the air, the other removes moisture out of the air.
Right.
And so we highly suggest those products. And it's good for the life of the floor, right?
Right. And for example, in the summertime, you're going to remove the water out of your house where you're going to dehumidify. But in the wintertime, coming right after fall, you want to try to check your humidity in the house. You want to try to keep it around 40% if you can, 35, 40%. Because in the winter, the floors can actually shrink if there's not enough water in the house. So it's pretty much through the year keeping the house at like 40% humidity.
And over the course of the years, we've, especially with hardwood flooring, but all of the hardwood products we offer here, our interior doors, our moldings, the flooring, our wood countertops. I've used it over the years, and I describe the inside environment of your home like a pendulum. And we swing to summer, and then we swing back to winter.
Right.
And our house is doing that same thing. And it's our job as homeowners to regulate the swing of that pendulum.
Right.
That 40% number that you threw out, it's right there in the middle. We can be too dry in the winter, down 20, 15%. We start to feel it in our sinuses. And in the summer, even here in Northeast Ohio, we'll see humidity 70, 80%.
Right.
And that comes inside of our home.
Right.
And everything in our home, just like our bodies, react to that. And it's our job as homeowners to regulate, slow that pendulum movement, keep it stable, keep it happy, right?
And then the floor will look exactly the same all year.
Just for conversation's sake, you're a professional contractor, but it's not a terrible homeowner project. Do a little research, right? Educate yourself a little bit on it. But what tools are they going to need?
Basic tools, a simple cut-off saw to cut it. I would rent a power nailer. You could rent a nailer. And if you're not wanting to use a compressor, they actually have the ratchet nailers that work just fine. And chalk line, a broom, and basically those are the tools. You go in, you remove your carpet, you clean the floor, you make sure there's no dust or debris. You'll look at your room, decide which way the flooring is going to run, and normally the flooring will run perpendicular to all the floor joists. And then when you decide that, then you chalk a line to get started. First 2-3 pieces on chalk lines, and after that, go right across. And you'll also have to put a underlayment paper down, and that's usually just with staples.
Yeah, and there's different options as far as the underlayment paper. You and I remember back that you used one of 2 things. You used 15-pound felt,
Right.
or you used red rosin paper.
Red rosin paper, right.
The felt paper was acted as a moisture barrier. Moisture from whether it be the basement or a floor below was not coming up through the floor joists, through the subfloor, and getting to the underside of the hardwood floor, acting as a moisture barrier. Worked very well for years and years and years. Had a couple downfalls. If you were walking on it and then stepping up onto the floor, whether it be pre-finished or unfinished, you could track some tar emulsion up onto it. Guys love the red rosin paper. It was workable. You didn't have the tar aspect, right? And actually, correct me if I'm wrong, when you put the board down and was tapping it into the adjacent board, it actually slid quite a bit better on that red rosin than it did the tar paper.
And that was the purpose of the red rosin, to let the floor move.
Okay, so somewhere down the line a few years ago, somebody came up with a great idea, and it's a product that we handle here at Baird Brothers, the Aqua Bar. And it's a blend of a red rosin paper topped with a tar layer, emulsion, and then finally topped off with another layer of red rosin. And so you get the benefits of both. The vapor barrier protection of the tar emulsion, the workability of the red rosin. It's a great product, and I know
That's
from,
my favorite. That's the product.
and that's the product that we used underneath our antique oak floor here at Studio 3B, right? There's a lot to talk about if you do reading and research about acclimating a floor to its final environment. And there's a lot of different ways to approach that. There's a lot of influencing conditions that comes into how long you have to acclimate a floor. Wintertime, we are very fortunate here. We like to see our floor wind up in a heated home, not temporary heat. We want furnaces running, we want air exchange occurring, and we take flooring in the wintertime especially right out of our warehouse, deliver a job site, and guys install it the same afternoon. One thing comes into play there. All the buildings on our facility are heated. It's coming out of a heated warehouse, conditioned at a nice relative humidity, at a 6 to 8% moisture content, and it's going to a job site with permanent heating, functioning. That house has been conditioned to receive hardwood floor. You can put that floor in that afternoon.
Yes, we can. We do that. We usually check the basic things are you go out and I still have a little humidity where I can test the humidity. I test the subfloor always to see what the subfloor is. But most of the time in the winter when you test it, it's pretty much right where it needs to be and the floor can go right down. You just, excuse me, you just don't drive the floor tight in the wintertime because it is going to expand because no matter how much humidity, you will get more humidity in the summer and the spring and it will expand. So you just don't want to drive that floor so tight that it can't move. That's one of the things you have
Very
to do.
much so, and you mentioned it, and it's available to the DIYers, the homeowners, and by all means, any flooring contractor should have one in their tool forte, is a moisture meter. National Hardwood Flooring Association, they've wrote the Bible on hardwood flooring. It's available to our viewers to visit their website. Great guidelines, great tips. So we've had job sites where we've introduced lumber, and when lumber's received, you can stack it up in a corner or you can rick stack it. And what's rick stack, Steve?
Yeah.
Well, you run a layer of flooring and then you alternate your layers and you run it the other direction. And you leave space between the bundles, right?
Correct.
Why do we do that?
So air moves. We actually meet your trucks. If we're doing a hardwood floor, we'll call in and ask when will the truck be there, and they are very good about it. They'll give me a time, and we get there when the truck gets there, and then we take it all in and we always rick stack it, so that the air can move around it. And it's not in a garage. It's not anywhere. It goes from your conditioning to the other house.
And that's just one of those tips that if there is acclimation taking place because of the stacking procedure, it's doing it across that whole order of flooring.
Right.
The bundle on the bottom is getting the same air as the bundle in the middle.
Right.
And that's very important. Wood is still alive and it reacts.
Right.
And you want it to react equally, and in either case, picking up moisture or taking moisture away, it's going to be done slowly. Right. But that is a natural way to keep good airflow and keep that floor happy, right? You know, we talked about the paper and the underlayment. That's a very important process. You mentioned a few minutes ago a broom or a vacuum.
Right.
That's as common sense as it gets. You have debris on the floor,
Right.
whether it be dirt or, you know, wood shavings, whatever. If you lay your paper out and you put your hardwood floor on top of that paper and nail it down, you've got a hardwood floor, in a sense, laying on marbles.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And are you going to hear that?
You can sometimes, yeah.
Right? So that little extra 15 minutes to vacuum that room
Right.
pays dividends.
And you get a chance to look and make sure all the nails are, existing nails in the flooring that's there are down. It just gives you a couple moments to take a look at what you're doing before you start.
That's a great point, John, because you know, whether it's as simple as going back across the floor and a tap with the hammer to reset the head of the nail into the subfloor, or in the case that the subfloors were screwed down, hitting them with a screw gun, because if you have loose underlayment, you're going to have a loose hardwood floor, and the two together are going to create squeaks.
Correct.
And nobody wants to walk across a squeaky floor unless you're a parent and you want to hear your kids coming in at night, right?
Yes.
So same thing with stairs, right?
Right, yeah.
But a very, very avoidable situation, you know. So, but you have to know to do that.
Right.
And
Just simple stuff.
exactly. Exactly. It's not rocket science.
No,
right?
and floor is a great DIY project for people. I believe you could just do it in one weekend, and especially if you use your pre-finished floors from Baird Brothers, you could put the floor in, move your furniture back on the same day, and be in it that evening.
You know, and there's pros and cons to either.
Right.
Installing unfinished flooring or installing the pre-finished floors that we offer them both.
Right.
And we're good with whatever the reasoning. You cannot argue the convenience of a pre-finished floor.
Right.
You literally can walk into someone's home with the floor being there. They can go to work, and maybe it's just a dining room, you know, 12 by 16 foot dining room or 14, whatever. And in prepping your work day, having the furniture removed from that room, they can go to work. You can install hardwood floor, reinstall shoe mold quarter round,
Right.
and they can come home and move that furniture back into that room and have dinner there that evening.
Right.
Not so with the unfinished.
Right. Because you have
Take us through the steps of unfinished, finished on site.
unfinished, for example, would be probably the floor finishers. You want to use a professional finisher. come in. They will come in and they will sand probably for 6 hours on a floor, or maybe more. And after it's sanded and cleaned, they'll put their first coat of finish, and that'll have to dry overnight. Then they'll come back and give it another coat of finish. That'll dry overnight. And usually nowadays you're getting 3 to 4 coats of finish with the waterborne products they're using. Whereas with the finish that, the pre-finished floor, you put the floor in, clean up your mess, and you're gone, and it's done. That's it. And you have a durable finish.
Yeah, and we do here at Baird's. We offer a very good floor finish on our pre-finished products. The biggest limitation are the color choices. We offer 9 or 10 now different color choices on all of the different species of wood, and if it's a large enough project, we will look at creating a custom color for folks. But the advantage to the unfinished install, and then you've seen it hundreds of times, I've witnessed it, the floor finisher will come in, and whether that homeowner is trying to match some of the wood assets of their furniture, end tables,
Right.
couch arms, whatever the case may be, the hutch that they love and they want that color, a floor finisher can come in and he'll do 2 by 2 square swatches, 2 foot by 2 foot square swatches, and apply different variations of color,
Correct.
stains, to match whatever that other decorating,
Right.
you know, whether it be the couch or the coffee tables or the hutch. And the homeowner will walk in and I like the one in the middle. And
They'll finish it that way.
and that professional floor finisher has dialed that in to match that furniture piece, that furniture element exactly. So that is one of the largest, in my mind, one of the biggest advantages of the unfinished.
It also, too, if you have people put additions on, and we'll go back out and we'll add on to the floor, we'll extend the floor out for them. And then in that case, the in-house finisher will come in and he can make a perfect match going out. And usually, what if it's one of your pre-finished floors, we can get it matched up here. But I mean, but a lot of times you have older oak floors that are down, and you're just going to, and they could come in and make it look just like the older oak floor.
So there's
Different ways.
I don't even want to say there's disadvantages to one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm going to be more positive and say you have to look for the advantages that fit your project the best.
That's what you do. What works for you best.
right.
And if you can use pre-finished for the ease of it, that's a good way to go if you can.
One of the other biggest design approaches for years and years and years, hardwood floors were what we call a square edge floor.
Correct.
Meaning that when the two independent pieces were married together in with the tongue and groove, that surface was flush and a seamless joinery, right?
Correct.
That it does require a sanding, on-site finishing, and the old school process. With pre-finishing becoming more and more popular over the years, a new name, a new description has evolved, and we call it micro V. So the reason for the micro V, it is a very softly broken edge on both the tongue and groove side on the face of the board. We pre-finish it, and when those boards are married on the job site, if there's the slightest difference in height, whether it be because of installation, whatever the case, that micro V actually disguises that elevation change.
Right, correct.
And it allows you to install a pre-finished floor in your home. And it's not the old deep V groove that we're
Correct.
familiar with. And that's why it's referred to as a micro V. It will identify the individual boards a little more so, but it serves the purpose of allowing us to pre-finish the floor and have it installed in your home.
And it's so minute. We use that a lot, but we got back to the flat floors. It seems like that's coming back in style again. We're getting people that are wanting their floors because we can't do it pre-finished, but they want that flat look. They don't want any V's or anything in it. So that's where we're getting the unfinished floors where we're putting them in right now.
The square edge.
The square edge where
is not that you can't accomplish a traditional or formal look with the micro V edge,
right.
But if you're going to be a strict traditionalist,
Correct. It would be.
or a very staunch formal, you're going to elect to go the extra mile and put the square edge, unfinished, job site finish floor in, right?
Yes, I have square edge in my house, but I replaced a floor here last year, and I went with your the micro V, and it looks just perfect in there. I'm really happy with it.
And that's it. And you know, we have samples in our showroom illustrating both. Coming back to our antique floor, antique oak floor here at the studio, it has the micro. It fits this floor, this area very well, but in stating that, the antique oak floor, John, is kind of unique in our product offerings as far as hardwood floors. Was there anything different as far as the installation of this floor versus, let's go to the other end of the spectrum that everybody knows, the old 3/4 by 2 1/4 square edge red oak flooring, you know, the traditional, what we called strip flooring.
Right.
Any difference in the installation?
It's quicker. This is a lot quicker. When you have 6-inch and 5-inch floor, you have 6-inch floor, for example, you're putting 3 boards down with the old way as you're putting 1 to get the same area. So for a DIY situation, this is perfect. And I just take a little more concern when I have my end to make sure we have enough expansion. And I'm careful on how I nail this floor too. I don't drive it so tight because the 6-inch board and the 5, I tend to think there might be a little more growth.
Well, and that's a great point. And I referenced the National Hardwood Flooring Association earlier. They, like I say, they have some great guidelines to follow, along with a lot of great information. But as an industry standard, a 2 1/4 inch oak strip floor is allowed to grow or to contract and create a gap between the boards the thickness of a dime. They deem that normal and acceptable gapping. That's a 2 1/4 inch width board. We've used 6-inch material here, just shy of 3 times the width. Longer growth ring, more expansion and contraction. So you can see up to, very possibly, 2 or 3 times the expansion and contraction in a wider plank floor than you can a traditional strip 2 1/4 inch flooring, right?
Right.
And that has to be taken into consideration.
Right.
And to your point, as far as allowing the grow room to the perimeter walls, and just being aware of that, okay, the floor's in, your job's over, but the homeowner's job just begins
Right.
in maintaining the environment inside of that home.
Correct. It's very important.
And something we always like, not that we like it, we appreciate it, when we have homeowners call in early and they say, you know, my floor's changing a little bit.
Right.
What's it doing? Well, you can only realize so much through a phone conversation. Maybe send some pictures. If you're in our local area, we might suggest having one of our representatives stop out and take some moisture tests, take some relative humidity test. And at that point, what we say before we completely lose the floor due to unacceptable conditions or environment situation, whatever it may be, now we can take corrective measures to reel that floor back in and get it settled and happy again.
Right.
You know, so it's paying attention. It's just like your refrigerator.
Yeah.
If your refrigerator starts making noise, you call the serviceman,
Right.
right? Then it's the same thing with the hardwood floor. You pay attention to it.
And you can lose the floors real quick.
Very much so.
You get somebody that would be, for example, when the floor is when the floor is not fully expanded, they drive it so tight, and then the humidity goes up, and then the floor starts to peak at the joints.
Yep.
And before it gets too bad, if you know, then you can get the humidity down, it will go back. But if you let it go, it'll be very hard to get them back. And
You know, and that's it really doesn't matter whether we're talking about carpeting, whether we're talking about linoleum, marble, porcelain tile, or hardwood floor.
right.
There's a certain amount of care involved for any of the product lines.
Right.
You know, so we've discussed today. We talked about our antique oak floor here that I'm really pleased with. We talked about your favorite, the quarter sawn white. You know, we have the red oak species, the plain sawn white oak species. We have the cherry, the maple. The hickory is very popular right now, both in the select grade and the character grade. It's a little temperamental.
Yes.
It will historically react quicker to atmospheric changes than some of the other species.
Right.
So you're gonna babysit that one, but it will make you a lifelong floor. So you know, you mentioned an addition, or you know, purchasing a home that has existing floor and you want to add another room or two. You can accomplish that.
Right.
We might have a color that's close enough. You might have to go the on-site finishing way, but we've talked colors, installation, finishing, a few hints here. You know, some very basic information. But you know, I invite people all the time. Visit the National Hardwood Flooring Association's website.
Right.
Call a reputable contractor like yourself. Call our folks, and we'll walk you through and make sure that you wind up with that beautiful hardwood floor that you're imagining.
And the salesmen here really have a real good grip on it because they've been around it for so long. They understand about the expansion and contraction of it. They understand how to help the homeowner get through purchasing it and helping the colors.
And through those resources, your contractor, National Hardwood Flooring Association, the salespeople here at Baird Brothers, we're going to accomplish a beautiful floor for you.
Yes.
So, John, again, thanks for visiting this afternoon. Appreciate it.
All right.
And I hope the work continues good, but don't work too hard, okay?
I love working. I love going out every day.
All right, you take care, buddy.
Thank you.
For all you folks listening, thanks for talking shop with Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. If you've enjoyed this episode and want to stay up to date with the American Hardwood Advisor Series, give us a like and subscribe. For more tips, projects, and inspiration, check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or at BairdBrothers.com. Until next time. Brought to you direct from Studio 3B at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, the American Hardwood Advisor is your source for trends, tips, and insights into how the building industry has evolved. Join me, Steve Stack, along with guest builders and industry leaders as we talk shop and go in depth on what it takes to be the best of the best. Dive into topics like architecture, industry trends, project plans, historical tools, tricks of the trade, and life's lessons from more than 6 decades of experience in the hardwood lumber business. Hello from Studio 3B here at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods in Canfield, Ohio. I'm your host, Steve Stack, and I'm here with a very good friend of ours, Mr. John Ulicney, local builder, contractor, one of those guys you want it done right. Get hold of John. What are you thinking, Johnny? Here we are again.
Yeah, we are again. Yes.
Who knew building this thing out we were going to have this many conversations, huh?
I'm surprised I don't think we had this many when we were building.
You know what? We had great conversations
Yeah.
in the process of the build out,
Right.
and these conversations, we're just sitting down talking about stuff we've talked about for the last 30 years,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
And we're going to share that information with our viewers, and hopefully, who knows, we might say something and they can actually put to use.
I hope so.
Okay. Yeah. So today we're gonna be talking about a couple products that we used here at Studio 3B, and we had discussion on it. We've introduced a very popular product right now and used it here in 2 of our ceiling treatments, and that's the shiplap, the prime shiplap product, right? Important to note, we stock it as a prime material, right, for painting purposes. But it's available on all the hardwood species. You know, you want that splash on a feature wall, on an accent wall, whether it be, you know, a family room, a fireplace wall, a bedroom, a stairway wall going down. It's available in the oak, the maple, the poplar, cherry, whatever. You know, that being said, that's the shiplap family of products, and that's a relatively installer-friendly product. Along with that, we've introduced a great product. Like behind us here at the studio, this is the Live Sawn character grade white oak. And our walls, we just put a nice satin clear coat finish on it, just to keep it neutral and natural and warm. Live sawn versus flat sawn versus quarter sawn. 3 distinct sawing techniques that the sawyer will address a log from. And the neat thing about the live sawn, and we talked about it when you were doing the install here, the live sawn generates the flat sawn lumber, it generates the quarter sawn lumber, and it generates some of the rift sawn lumber. And so it really gives a varying appearance. Great product. This nickel gap siding is different from our shiplap.
Right.
How so?
Nailing. The great thing about nickelback is you see no nails. There's no nails to fill, and it just looks like one flat wall for me, and it goes together very easy.
So when I try and describe the nickel gap application versus the shiplap application, or installation, excuse me, should be the correct word. And I have a couple little helper pieces here.
Right.
A shiplap is no more than 2 boards being milled with a shiplap milling design. And so one board actually laps over the other.
Correct.
But in doing so, they never completely interlock.
Right.
So this requires what type of nailing, John?
Face nail in this particular. See, this one you can hide the nail on the top, but on the bottom, you need to have this so it's fastened, so it doesn't twist off the wall. So you always have one nail that you have to deal with here.
You're going to be dealing with, and typically, and the design range right now is painting the shiplap.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not a big deal.
It's not an issue at all.
Fill the nail hole, scuff sand it, paint, the nail hole disappears.
It's just like going over the baseboard or casings. It's the same
Exactly. Good comparison, John. Versus our nickel gap, and I'll call it a modified tongue and groove.
Right, that's exactly what it is, right.
Okay. We do have the two boards, and it creates a gap very similar to the shiplap, but it's not as pronounced. It's a more delicate gap, sometimes referred to as nickel gap, for the thickness of a nickel. So when it goes together, there is actually a tongue and groove assembly that join the two boards.
Right.
From an installation standpoint, how does that one go on the wall?
Easily. We will, when we do this, we'll nail the bottom where you can nail it, but we can go right down through the top of the tongue here and go into the wall, and then just like that. So everything's nailed, so there's no nails available.
No face nailing required.
And this tongue then holds this.
Because the two boards engage each other, very similar to a hardwood flooring,
Right.
which there's no face nailing involved in hardwood flooring installation.
Right.
You have the added stability and strength of a modified tongue and groove.
Right. And it's just a great way to go. I love this. And actually, I think you probably could make a shiplap out of that same technique.
It's a little more lumber.
A little more lumber. Yeah, a little more lumber. Yeah. But it's a great way to go, especially with natural finishes.
Yeah, with your natural finishes, you don't have to worry about color matching putty and face nailing. Nice way to go on that. So that's two of the products that we used here in the studio, and I know it's one of your favorites. One of the ceiling areas, we accented that with a very old profile. Sometimes referred to as beadboard, sometimes referred to as Victorian tongue and groove beaded paneling. It's been around a long time.
Right.
Now this, again, similar to our nickel gap white oak live sawn, this lends itself closer to a tongue and groove flooring product.
Right.
In that the tongue and groove, both through installation and the joining technique of the product, it's a true tongue and groove.
Right.
So this piece being nailed, affixed to a wall, a ceiling, and then nailed through the tongue, just like hardwood flooring.
Right.
The next member coming in, engaging the tongue with the groove, and the nails being completely concealed.
Right. There's no nails at all on this that you will see.
On this. And when you get to the perimeter of the room, just like our ceiling, you're typically going to finish off that perimeter with some type of accent mold, whether it be something as simple as a rafter mold or something as complicated as how you dressed that ceiling up with a crown assembly and so forth. Even those perimeter face nails, they're going to disappear.
Correct.
Okay, so 3 different products, 3 different looks, and some installation options as far as what project you're going to use it on and why you're going to use it on that product. We also did the ceiling right above us.
Right, with a shiplap.
And this is another variation of our shiplap, a little bit thinner material, not quite so heavy of the shiplap joint, but again, requiring the face nail application.
Right.
Right? But a nice product. Not quite so big and bold as the 6-inch that we used over in the large coffered ceiling. This, our studio here, if I remember correctly, is 12 by 12.
Right.
And it looks very comfortable up on that ceiling.
Yes, this is a great product to put up. It's not too heavy, not too bulky,
And
just
shiplap don't have to be white.
no.
We added a little color to this.
Correct.
And it really warmed that ceiling up. So the beauty of wood, whether you're staining and varnishing or whether you're painting, you can dial that into your decorating scheme to whatever your color palette demands and accomplish it with a natural wood product.
Correct.
So, you know, any tips or tricks of the trade on that? I remember popping in here one afternoon and you installing this character grade white oak live sawn, and you were doing something a little bit different at your butt joints, and I snagged a piece.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Right.
We both know what that is, and we can use this and use some of this, but you can actually use black tar paper too.
Right.
Tell us about it.
You have when you have a butt joint, you're still going to get some movement. And if they would open up a little bit, you don't want to see the drywall behind it, so we use something that's similar to the color. And if they open up, you very little, you won't see a background, and it makes them look real nice.
You still have that same background.
Same
color.
background.
That's cheating.
No, it's not. We used to just use paint too. We would paint, but the paper's a lot easier.
You know, and you used it. You used it at the butt joints, and then if we felt that there was a knot hole that was suspect,
It was used behind it. Yeah.
you take and put that right behind that knot hole prior to nailing the board fast.
Correct.
And you still have. So you look through and you don't see the stark white of the drywall
Correct.
behind, right?
Right.
That's a great tip, John. So in all of these products, whether it be the cherry beadboard wainscot ceiling or the shiplap ceilings, and either with or the wall product, the white oak wall product, in my mind, I'm thinking we use some of the same installation practices as hardwood floor. And you know where I'm going with expansion and contraction.
Yes.
Talk to us a minute about that.
Same thing as the hardwood. Wood's always going to move, and we try to allow for expansion and contraction, but a lot of it comes back to the homeowners. They really need to make sure that the humidity's staying. If they see some movement, they have to do some research. Call Baird Brothers and say, my wood looks like it's moving. And they'll check it out for you, and they'll tell you if you have too much humidity in the house or if you don't have enough. And that's the real key. Installation, DIY, this is a great project for a DIY. It's pretty simple. It's just stacking wood on top of each other going up.
And I'm glad you said that, because if people nose around and do a little research on some of the videos that we've done in the past, I don't recall how long ago it's been now, but we did just that. We took a partner down in New Brighton, Pennsylvania, and she wanted to do a shiplap wall project. So we went down and we gave her a little guidance, and she knocked it out.
Yeah.
Through some guidance, through some preparation on her point. You know who I'm talking about, our friend Christy at Oak Hill Millwork. And we went down in a day's time and did a stairway wall, trimmed out, holes puttied, ready for paint. And you know, I got to give her kudos, man. She grabbed that 16 gauge nailer and she went to work, you know. And so it is a very doable project for the homeowner. And before we talk about some of the tools that you use and some of the tools that she used on that job site, or her home that day, I just want to make the point. The shiplap has become like a decorating phenomena over the course of the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And there was a couple down in Texas that became very famous in their usage of shiplap products. But we use it as a decorating element now. Back in the day, that was a critical structural element in the construction of homes, correct?
Yes.
You know, building way better than I know building, but that was a sub-paneling on the wall for strength of the structure. You know, they get some pretty nasty weather down there, in Texas, and they built those houses to withstand that, and they did it through a lot of shiplap siding product on the interior of the homes to strengthen those walls and so forth.
Yes, keep it from racking and moving. And
so all of a sudden, we're remodeling houses in Texas. We take the wall covering off. Oh, look at that old shiplap siding. Let's put some whitewash paint on it. Now we have a decorating phenomenon 8 years later, you know? And it is, it's very nice.
Yeah.
It's a good look. It can be modern, it can be farmhouse, you know, you can go the whole gamut with it.
Right.
With the right colors, it can become traditional. We've done some homes. I recall one home up in New Canaan, Connecticut. The office was done in it, and it was painted a deep sea blue, like a midnight blue, and it was stunning, and it was in a home formal office setting, and it was beautiful.
Yes.
So again, the flexibility as far as decorating schemes that the wood allows you to do through staining techniques or through painting techniques, it's endless.
Just going in, and we do a lot of accent walls where we'll just go in and do one wall with it, and that's it. Walk out of the room, and they'll either paint it.
That's all it takes to set that room off a little bit. You know, take it to that next level, and that's your complementary color for the rest of the colors in the room, and and it looks nice. It really looks nice.
Yeah, I personally like it. I think it's just makes a difference.
Very, very much so. But, you know, going back to the installation of all of the products, all of the installation techniques are pretty much the same.
Right.
And it's going to require the same tools. You're going to need a level. You're going to need a chalk line. What else are you going to need, John?
Chalk line, a way to cut the material. Usually a miter box is preferable.
You could get by with a circular saw, but a miter box is much more precise.
Right.
Yep.
If you don't have all the tools, you can always get by. And basically having that level, having the chalk line, a good ruler, and make sure you look at your work as you're doing it. That's the key thing. When you put a piece on, turn around and look at it and make sure it's right.
Yeah.
So many people go and, oh, I didn't see that. But the main thing is always look at what you're doing.
And I know there's little tips and tricks, and you're not going to share them with us today, just time constraints.
I think there's a video. We did a video with it.
We did.
So that's the one
people can look at that, but you know, you're dealing with an existing wall surface or new construction wall surface. They might not be the same for Mendan. Right. You might have to, we call it, cheat a little bit,
right,
to gain one end to the other, sacrificing a little bit of the level line, but not all on one board. You do it over the course of 5 or 6 boards.
Correct.
And you get caught up. So when you get to the top, you still have a nice full piece that matches the ceiling and finishes off nice, right?
Yes.
And I know you've got a pocket full of those tips, but you know, like I say, if they want to talk to you, I'll let them call you.
Okay. That sounds good.
No, you know, you did this wall. I don't know, what did you have in these 2 walls? 3/4 of a day?
I would say with the filming it was 3/4, but it would normally take us about half a day.
Yeah.
We figured 3 hours maybe.
One thing I remember, and the same holds true for Christy on her shiplap installation project. You guys both did the same thing. You had boards prepped for length.
Right.
So John, you and your helper made this project look easy, and it was, but because why?
Preparation, being ready for it, understanding what I was going to do, where I was going with the job.
Exactly.
And you try to visualize what you're going to do and just make it simple. In other words, if I was doing this wall, I'm going to put the boards across, they're straight, and I'm just going to stack them. And that's that simple, and I just lay it out and go. And I think any DIYer would do the same thing. You just look at it, and it's not such a bad job. Let's just do it.
No, it is. It's very achievable.
But
very achievable.
Prepping's the key. Make sure the wall's clean. There's no obstructions in it, and just start working your way up.
So the old adage, measure twice, cut once.
Right. Yeah, I measure 3 times because I all the time.
You know, and I know you used used 2 things here that we'll touch on real quick. You used a laser leveling system.
Right.
So that established in this L-shaped wall assembly here that established points at each end and in the corner.
Correct.
So now you had connect the dots and you were good across the body of
Right.
these walls. And then you implemented an old tool, not only used by exterior siders, masons, but finish carpenters also, commonly referred to as a story stick or a story pole, right?
Correct, yes. I know that the siding, for example, it might be 6 inches apart. So I make a story pole. I just take a thin piece of wood, and I mark 6, 12, and I just go right up using that 6-inch increment. And then I take my story pole and I put it where my laser mark was, and I mark it up. And I don't use my ruler. This way I can't make a mistake. I just put my marks on the wall.
You've misread a ruler once or twice?
Once, I think.
One time?
Yeah, once.
Okay.
No.
I'm surprised to even hear that, really, John.
But it takes the mistakes out of things, and you try to keep it simple. Just like when the three of us, you, my helper, and we were working on these ceilings up there. You notice once we didn't use a ruler all that much. We had little gauges, and we used those. all the time.
No, and it's really, it's that hidden helper.
Right.
You create your story pole, story stick, and then you use that to transfer those marks to, in our case, the end of each wall run and to the corners.
Correct.
And it was true the whole way up.
Right.
It's that uniformity, that consistency, and then when you're done and you step back, everything, the lines are nice and level and parallel,
Right.
and aesthetically it looks beautifully.
Right. Exactly.
So, okay, there's another good one for the folks to
Yeah.
use when they're doing their project at home. I know in this case it was a new build out. In the case of an existing home, you might have to remove the baseboard.
Right. I would remove the baseboard. Yes.
Right. If there's door and window casing involved, you may have to remove that, because all of the products, with the exception of the little shiplap that we have up over top, that's all a 5/8 or 3/4 inch product. So it won't sit on the baseboard. It'll overhang the baseboard. It will not look right.
Right.
When you come to adjoining vertical door and window casings and it butts to it, it will either completely bury the depth of that door and window casing. So we remove that. And then if it's 5/8 inch thick or if it's 3/4 inch thick, we'll go back around that window and build it out the same thickness,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So when our new siding material, paneling material comes up, it's flush to what we call that new extension jamb, right?
Right.
And then we reapply that door or window casing, and now it still stands proud ahead of the wall paneling surface.
Correct. It looks
Right.
just like it's supposed to look that way.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, and it's a very simple operation. You know yourself. What do? We take a flat bar and we respect the trim and we gingerly
Take it
take
off.
that off, right?
Correct.
And if done correctly, it goes right back up.
Yeah. It's already cut for you. Just put it right back up, and you're in good shape.
Yeah, and it really leaves both elements, the trim and the wall system, complement one another.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of tips and tricks, and we've talked about the darking, the dark paper versus the light paper, so we don't see any background in the case of any voids with the live sawn material. You did something a little bit different, and it might not be DIY friendly. You used a little bit of a blind corner slip joint
Right.
in our inside corner. Turned out beautiful. And so through a dado technique,
Yes. Just a simple router and dadoing.
okay, so if I recall correctly, you were probably 3/16 deep, maybe a 1/4 inch deep on one of the boards coming towards the corner.
Right.
We want to take a minimal approach and put maybe a small piece of flat stock in that corner.
Right. You can just put a tiny molding down, and that would do the same thing. It would, if there's any expansion and contraction, you wouldn't notice it at all because the molding would cover that seam up.
But in your installation, it allowed you,
To have a
for us, to have that uninterrupted horizontal line down the wall, through the corner, and out to the other wall.
Right.
And it's seamless. It's seamless. It just keeps living. And it turned out beautiful, John. You did a fantastic job on it.
we try to match the colors up too. If you notice, I'll try to, where our knotted boards are, we try to match them up when they go around there. That's another important thing.
Yeah, so that's a little more of an advanced element, but very achievable.
It's achievable, right? You don't have to make, if you don't do the slip joint, you just go to a nice tight joint. You could even use the paper there, or you could put a nice small molding up, is what I'd probably do.
You know, we've had the pleasure of working with yourself and other builders in the Mahoning Valley and witnessing some beautiful projects, and I know one of our friends over towards New England, up in Rhode Island there, Jeff Sweenor of Sweenor Builders, he loves this product. He loves the white oak. We used the white oak in a product or a project out on Jamestown Island for a gentleman. He was the architect on the job. It was his own home, Mr. Don Powers, and folks can go to our website and go to the Jamestown project under our This Old House window and view. And Don did just what we discussed earlier. He did an adjacent wall, a fireplace wall, and then he did a stairway wall. And they boundaried the room, if that makes sense.
It does make sense to me, yes.
But it was a beautiful design element. And so, you know, this stuff's being used all across the United States.
Right.
And we really feel and believe, like yourself, you mentioned it earlier, one accent wall in a room can be enough.
Right.
You know, it just sets the tone.
Just changes everything when you walk in the room.
You know, I'm probably partial, but I really feel this corner, this siding, nickel gap siding in the white oak character grade, really warmed this corner up.
Right.
It could have been drywall, but now it has a little bit of character.
Yes.
You know, it shows off Mother Nature at her best, you know, in my eyes. So, you know, we've covered a lot of ground. We've talked about the wide range of colors you can achieve through staining, through painting. Again, a wall jumps out at me. We did a project recently up in it was up on Cape Horn, and it was with the builder Cape and Associates, and they have a beautiful natural resource that we don't enjoy here in Northeast Ohio. We have Lake Erie, but we don't have the Atlantic Ocean. And their interior decorator, they did an accent wall, to your point, and again, they painted it a sea blue, like a sea foam blue, and it just set that room off. And so you've got this sea foam blue wall looking out through a set of windows or sliding glass doors I don't recall, and the Atlantic Ocean is out there, you know, and it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, you talk about playing on your surroundings. That's what this decorator, and it looked beautiful. So your options are endless.
Right.
Your options are endless. And like we've approached this entire project, John, through the build out, we had a gentleman's agreement. It was going to be fun. Yeah. And that's the way homeowners, DIYers, have to approach it.
Right.
Give it the forethought, do the prep work, do a little bit of investigation and research, and it can be a fun weekend project.
It is. It's fun.
And you know, and when you're done and you sit back and you see how it changes a room, it's like, why didn't we do this 10 years ago? Yeah. You know? Yeah. So again, you did such a fantastic job at Studio 3B here. Yeah. Man, we appreciate all your efforts that you put in on it. We appreciate how easy you were to work with, because I know we were getting guidance from 15 different people, and then you and I'd kick it around and say, well, do we want to do it this way? Do we want to do it that way? And one of our friends, we did little mock-ups. We'd take the moldings, we'd make a mock-up of our coffered ceiling treatments, and the same, we'd lay a little bit of siding up on the wall, and you didn't buck us through any of that. You said, okay, let's take a look at it. And then we'd tear it back down, and we'd give it another look.
That's because
we had fun.
Right.
And we had fun. Friend, appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
It's been a fun 8 months, and now this is hard work compared to what we did earlier.
It is.
Hey, until next time.
Yeah.
All right.
All
We'll
right.
see you soon. For all you folks listening, thanks for talking shop with Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods. If you've enjoyed this episode and want to stay up to date with the American Hardwood Advisor Series, give us a like and subscribe. For more tips, projects, and inspiration, check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or at bairdbrothers.com. Until next time. John, a couple weeks ago, we had a conversation as we're starting to build out this workshop studio.
Right.
And we needed some cabinetry.
Correct.
So we put our heads together and said, well, if we had a workshop to start with this 20-something by 30-something room, blank canvas, what would we do? So we came up with a plan, did a couple sketches, and said, okay, that's good. They went well. They turned out beautifully. And then we needed some cabinet doors. We offer about 6-7 different profiles of cabinets as far as the inside sticking, the edge treatment, the panel configuration, raised panel, flat panel, etc. But you and I talked, and we wanted a little beefier door.
Correct.
So we went to an oversized rail and stile assembly. We did a 3.5 here and a 2.5, 2 7/16, something on the sides. And we kept the doors a little beefier on the edge. What happens when you order a cabinet door from us, we're going to request from you one of two things. Either the actual opening size of the cabinet, the finished opening size, or the actual size of the door. We can work our drawings either way. Our shop has pre-bored every door to accept the hinge.
Correct.
All right. Why don't you show us how these hinges snap in here, John?
Sure, no problem. These are fantastic. No screws, no anything. You just push the hinge in, seat it in very simply, and then just push this edge over like that. Now I can pick this right up because it'll hold it. The hinges also have self-closure, which you can adjust the rate of speed just by turning this little knob. See how much faster it went? And if I want it to go slower, it will go slower. So you can also, if you want to take them off to finish them after you make sure everything fits, they come right off.
And this is an option. We can bore them and supply the hinges for you, but they're custom made for your job site.
Right.
Just like they were for our workshop. So, you know, I see Tommy over here finishing up inside a cabinet. Let's go see what he's up to over there.
All right.
This is kind of cool, John. Another one of our partners, Craig. Here we find Tom using one of their hole locators, right?
Correct.
It's that's a nice, neat little template.
You stick the indexing pin in here like this, hold it, and then there's no mistakes. And you just go right up the route and drill every hole. So the cabinet is exactly the same all the way around. It's a great tool. And we have two of these together, but really just one of them would do the job. And there's a special drill bit that comes with it. It has a little stop, so when you push the drill in, it'll stop and it won't go.
So that regulates your depth,
right,
on your end panel.
Right. And the clips are standard shelf clips. You can get them anywhere.
Yep.
Put them in there. So
very good.
this is how we decided where our top parts of the hinge would go, just by setting the door like this and marking. Go ahead, get them interlocked.
Let's go ahead and throw this second
Sure.
guy in.
All right. Just kind of hang on to that for a second, Steve.
Yep.
And they get to click, and that one's in. Not bad.
Yeah, there we go. So with a little bit of patience, and
Right.
you step back and you look at it, you're looking at your gap, your alignment at the bottom looks good, and
It's all done.
we're ready to go. We're almost ready for hardware.
Just one screwdriver, and that was it.
Good deal, good deal. Thanks, Johnny. I heard we had tops delivered this week.
Oh yeah, we've got this one installed already.
Good deal.
Gorgeous top.
What do we got here? That's a beautiful
plank
character
hickory.
grade,
Oh,
character grade hickory, right?
Right, plank. I think it's the plank.
Plank style, plank style. What's this going to be, John? Is this is our miter station?
It's going to be where the miter box is going to sit, and where we'll be able to look at some plans. Or,
Sitting beautiful on these oak cabinets that you constructed here on site, and then our shop made those nice Craftsman style doors for us. It's starting to shape up. But I heard you're going to walk us through one today, right? And show us the way to the old school way of installing with a plank style top, wood top, right? And one of the properties of wood is it kind of continuously lives on and expands and contracts. So you're kind of making provisions for that,
Right,
in our mounting technique.
yeah, we actually have a top that we're going to mount over here.
Let's go over and see that.
Yeah, and we'll get some sawhorses set up so we can take this top off of here.
All right. I see you got her nice and protected with
Oh, yeah.
with our friends from Ramboard product.
Oh yeah, it's a great product. So all it takes is one person to drop one tool. That's all.
Wow, look at that top, Johnny.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We attached the countertops. We created slots with a drill bit. We just elongated a hole so that, in other words, when the counter wanted to move, which is going to because it's wood, it allowed it to without causing the cabinets to twist or the countertop to twist. And we, again, when we do this, we have that washer on there, and we don't take it so tight that it's stuck there. The washer allows it to slide across the surface. So it may just move like this.
Yeah.
And that's it. But it's able to do that. That's the important thing.
Now the top's not going to rattle.
No, it's not.
It's going to be snug enough that it's not going to rattle or anything like that.
Correct.
But in the case that it wants to move,
It can move.
it can move.
If you attach the top too tight, you could actually break the screws off that would hold it.
Nice fit. Nice fit.
All right, John, I'm going to get out of the way. If you guys want to run a few of those lags in there.
See how the top wants to come up? That's why I hold down on it. Okay.
One more.
One in the front over here, if you can, please.
All good?
That's it.
All right. Thanks, Tom. So we've left the backsplash unattached at this point till we can come back around and get that
Get the
third
finish.
and final coat on the backsplash and the top. Just in case through the build out of the workshop and studio, if we happen to get a ding or a scratch,
Right.
we've got that last coat coming on. But other than that, for all intent and purposes, these tops are where they're going to stay now.
There's a couple different ways to attach the backsplash. You can come from underneath and screw the backsplash in, which will always keep a tight joint all the way across. Or you can just put a silicone or a glue on the back of the backsplash and just push it up against the wall. And that's the normal, usually it's glued and installed like that.
How we're going to do it is we're going to put a mark. We're going to put a piece of tape along here where this is sitting good, tight to the wall. And we're going to use the Craig jig, and we're going to drill some holes in it and actually attach it to this top.
From the backside.
From the backside, and it'll be on there for good.
Yeah, very good. Very
After
good.
the top, we have to refinish it again. That'll be good.
Okay, again, Johnny, great job. Hey, we're headed in the right direction.
It's nice to have a great product.
I heard we might have another couple projects coming up real soon. So folks, stay tuned. As you can tell, we're having fun with this project, and as you see us doing things, if you have questions, hit us at info@Baird Brothers, follow us on Instagram, our Facebook page, reach out to us. And any suggestions, we're gonna have this workshop built out here in the next few months, and we wanna see some projects that you'd like to see us do. So please reach out to us. We're doing this to communicate with you, and we wanna be informational, educational, introduce our product line to you, and we're gonna have fun through the whole process. So till next time, see you soon. So, good morning, everybody. We find ourselves again back in our new workshop studio built out here at Baird Brothers Fine Hardwoods, Canfield, Ohio. I'm Steve Stack, Director of New Business Development, and today we're, like I say, we're in the studio section of our workshop studio, and we have John and Tom on site installing some beautiful live sawn white oak nickel gap siding for a backdrop for our project. So we're gonna take a few minutes, we're gonna walk you through a couple different things, and there's some neat tricks and tips that John is instituting in his install, and also the beautiful live sawn white oak product. So Johnny, I see a grid system of lines on the wall.
Okay.
And if I remember right, yesterday when we started the build out, I saw you utilize a laser light leveling device.
Right.
Tell us what you did there.
What I did is I just set my laser up to try to get a benchmark for a level line from there to there to there. And then we chalked the line, and after we did that, it gave us our straight platform to work on. And then we went down below, and if you'll notice, if you can take a look down below here, the flooring doesn't go all the way to the floor. And the reason why is we moved this up so that when you put the baseboard, which will be 5.5 inches, it'll be right at the top of this. And this way we keep that same profile going all the way up to the top. And then we just use a cheaper board or some basic boards that we can nail the baseboard on. I like to chalk a line for every row just to make sure that it's perfect. You don't have to do that, but I like to have straight lines. And so it takes a few minutes to just lay it out and put some chalk lines up there, and if you follow them, everything will look nice.
We could have started tight to the floor,
Right.
but we would have lost our profile and our pattern throughout
Going
the
up,
course
right.
of the wall.
Correct.
So, like John said, he held it up. We put sleeper boards down below, so when we attach our baseboard, that'll cover the sleepers, and then we'll have the correct exposure on our nickel gap siding, okay? So Tommy, before you put that one up there, Tom, Johnny, I see some paper tabs behind the joints.
Right.
What's the purpose of those?
Since we had seams with the nickel gap, what we did is we took a paper that was the same color as our finish or close to it, and we put it wherever there was a seam. So if it opened up a little bit, you'd have the same color and you wouldn't notice it.
John has made provisions to allow room for that wood to expand. And he's also implemented a nice joint in the corner, so we have some forgiveness there also, and yet maintain a nice butt joint corner, and it looks nice and square, but there's forgiveness in it. And he did a dado cut again, and in the corner, the boards aren't nailed right at the very end of the corner. The boards are nailed a couple inches out, back to that first stud, and that corner is allowed to float. So there's tension behind it, and as it moves, it can open up, but the joint is still closed on the face side. Very nice, very basic joinery, but having the forethought to allow for that movement that all wood's gonna do.
Instead of just running the boards to each other, we decided to dado one of them out, and then we'd have a little slip joint that this way when the board's expand and contract, you don't see any openings or any light behind it. You ask about all of my marks on the wall. The first thing that we do after we got the benchmark from the laser is then we calculated where all the tops of our boards are going to be. And we chalk lines so this way we can keep everything relatively straight, so when you come into the corner, everything looks neat. And it's just a good way of keeping track of things. And then the vertical lines are, we mark every stud on the wall, we pencil mark it so that as we nail it, we nail right into the stud and we're not nailing into a wire or anything else. I always take the extra time to mark where every stud is so that there's no missing. In other words, there's no chance of walking out of here and we put nails in an area that didn't have a stud in it. Because with air nailers, sometimes you don't know whether you're hitting it or not, so we always double check and mark the walls out.
This last joint does not fall on a stud. This is John's stud line here and here. Okay, we're breaking in between on that joint. But because of the product and the way it interlocks, it's actually a tongue and groove product. So that's oriented on the wall like this. When Tom puts that next board on, it is locked below in a tongue and groove fashion rather than a shiplap fashion. And then once that's nailed, it's almost like installing hardwood flooring. Same principle, okay? So it's locked in. So now if we have that joint end to end and we come over it with that next layer of nickel gap siding material, it's locking those two pieces together. So it isn't necessary to nail right at the end. We might be nailing back here where that stud's located. I found this laying by your pile of pre-cut material.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, a storyboard or a story stick. John has marked this out at the increments for the width of the board. He used his storyboard or story stick to be consistent in your marking from the column to the corner back to the column, and that created your chalk lines.
It's simple this way. In other words, I have it, there's no mistakes. So everything's marked exactly the same.
You see that, you see that a lot in woodworking when we're doing shiplap or nickel gap siding as we are today. So another little tip to take home and keep in the back of your mind.
All right.
For right now, we have our siding in place. John and Tom, again, did a beautiful job, made it look easy. It's the forethought. Thinking ahead a little bit, thinking not one board ahead, two board ahead, three boards ahead. Think the whole wall through. Like John did that entire layout on the wall. He knew what he was coming up against, and therefore makes it look easy. So until next time, hang in there, stay safe.
All right, so after I establish that, the next thing I usually do is I take the door, and the door comes with stops, and these are stops, and these are pre-mounted on the door when you get a pre-hung door from Baird Brothers. And I remove these stops. I take them off, and what I do is I drill holes in the jamb all the way down behind the stop. And I countersink them, and I take screws, and then I'll screw my frame to the wood stud behind. And the reason why is I won't have a lot of nasty nail holes in it.
And that's where I was going. I had two trains of thought while you were explaining that. Number one, typically you'll see a nail out on this edge and to this edge.
Right.
Okay, so you've concealed that, number one. Number two, going back to the weight of this door. Correct. Now, it's an 1 3/4 door. I'm looking at 4-inch hinges, okay? But those hinges are only as good as how they're fastened to the door, to the jamb, and the jamb to the wall.
Yeah, on the heavier doors, we use ball bearing hinges, and it makes the door just work a lot smoother. You want to make sure you get a good quality hinge when you're hanging these doors too. Because of the weight of them, you want it to not bend or twist.
Hi, I'm Doug Blaine, one of the project managers with Sweenor Builders. And today I'm here with you guys at Narragansett, Rhode Island, and we're working on this exciting project. It's the 2018 Idea House with this old house. Today I wanted to highlight some of the features that we are using from a company called Baird Brothers. They'd offered up all the product of these awesome custom interior doors and millwork, a lot of wood finishes and flooring, all these unique products and ideas that are kind of coming together. I'm excited to share with you guys. So one of the products that Baird Brothers offered up for the 2018 Idea House were these awesome doors. These are 1 3/4 solid wood handcrafted doors, all made in Canfield, Ohio, shipped directly to the job site without incident. Perfect packaging job, it was phenomenal. One of the key features that I really like about Baird Brothers was the ability to communicate with them through shop drawings, through their catalog and their online purchasing. They made the purchase process simple and smooth, very, very receptive and understanding of what we were trying to achieve here. Picking the doors out with the design team, figuring out what we wanted. Once we got that, we sent that list. They were phenomenal. I mean, they sent us back the proposal. They did door shop drawings for us. We really got to understand the product, and we had comfort in that. So we were really anxious and excited to see the product. But once it showed up and we unpackaged everything, we were really, really happy with what we got. And we're really excited to have this product on board here with this house. They met our schedule, they exceeded our schedule. Super receptive on the phone, easy to communicate with. It was really all in all a great process with Baird Brothers.